Donald's also supposed to be having a campaign event of his own coming up in just a few minutes, so we're going to be watching that. We'll be talking about these changing dynamics and listening to some of what Jay Collins had to say as well coming up on Fox 35 News Plus, guys.
All right. Thank you so much, Garrett.
Thanks, Garrett.
What's for dinner tonight? Everybody having a burger?
I want a burger now.
I don't know. You're making it sound really good.
I might go to Five Guys tonight.
See, and I might pick up some burgers and tell my husband to put them on the grill.
Oh, that's a good idea. That would be better to do. Maybe we'll do that.
Listen, honey.
There you go. Burgers for dinner. Bye, everybody. Go Magic! Don't forget, Wednesday night.
Go Magic.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you and welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer and thanks for joining us on this Monday morning live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. A lot of things going on today on this Monday, so I want to kind of set things up before we jump right in while we have a minute here. First, want to let you know a couple of things that we are watching for on the schedule a little bit later today, including at noon, where we're expecting an update from police in Shreveport, Louisiana, talking about this shooting over the weekend where 8 kids were killed, 2 women were injured in a domestic violence attack. We have learned a little bit more about the suspect in this, reporting Shamar Elkins, a former National Guard member, accused of killing those kids, ages 1 to 14. 7 of them he was the father of, we have learned. He also is accused of shooting the kid's mother. So again, hoping and expecting to hear from Shreveport, Louisiana police coming up at noon. We are also expecting out of Los Angeles, California this afternoon, 1 o'clock, an update from prosecutors, an update in the case of singer David, who was arrested on suspicion of killing a 14-year-old girl whose dismembered body was found in his car. So expecting to hear from the district attorney there. And that is coming up this afternoon, so we'll be keeping an eye out for that as well. When it comes to some interviews, we're going to be talking about the NFL draft, which is scheduled to start on Thursday. So coming up at the bottom of the hour, we are going to chat with Tim Walters, sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, to break down what we can expect and what we might see when it comes to players with Florida ties making a splash in the draft, whether they played at Florida colleges and universities or whether they are Florida natives. He's got a lot of, always has a lot of good information for us and things to keep in mind. So we'll be talking with him coming up in just a little bit. We're also going to be talking with Sean Green, independent reporter, about the Orlando Magic. Big win for them yesterday on the road in Detroit, Game 1 in the first round of the playoffs after beating Charlotte in the second play-in game last Friday to make it to the playoffs, and a big upset win for the Orlando Magic. So is there hope? We will talk about that coming up in just a little bit. We're also keeping an eye on, we've talked so much about Artemis II. We can't forget about Artemis III and the preparations that are already underway for that. Today, big day, where part of the core stage of the SLS, the rocket, essentially going to be put onto a barge and going to be making its way to Kennedy Space Center. So we'll be talking about that as well. But we start today by taking a look at the governor's race and things beginning to get really interesting in the Republican primary. We have talked time and time again about Congressman Byron Donalds, who is the favorite in this. It is shown in just about every single poll. We know that he has been endorsed by President Donald Trump. But there are still a number of Republicans, other Republican candidates in this race. James Fishback, Paul Renner, Jay Collins, who have in some ways struggled to gain a foothold in this race. And so there was some speculation beginning on social media near the end of last week that some expected Jay Collins, the current lieutenant governor, to drop out of the race. He refuted that in a social media video that he posted over the weekend, and then held a news conference this morning in St. Pete, where he went into double down, saying essentially, I'm not dropping out of this race. I'm not going to be dropping out. We are in this to win it. But also launching some attacks at Byron Donalds, the front runner in this race, called him out for some previous policy positions and what he calls misjudgments when it comes, errors in judgment. So really interesting to hear him go negative in this and saying he's going to be launching an ad buy to this end as he looks to make a statement and potentially shake up where things stand in this Republican primary for the governor's race. We're standing by because we are expecting a campaign event from Byron Donalds in Sarasota, where I'm curious if he's going to address any of this. He often live streams parts of these events, so we are hoping to see that. So we'll keep an eye and an ear on that. But I want to play for you a little bit of Jay Collins speaking at this news conference just a little bit ago in St. Pete, where he, again, doubled down on his commitment to this race and launched some new attacks against the front runner.
So it's a little dark here, so bear with me. We're going to shine a light because being 49, coming up in 50, it's a reality. Moments like this are incredibly important. Just yesterday, we had about 17 11-year-olds running around our house for Colton's 11th birthday. It's a little wild, a little crazy, but what a blessing. We are so lucky to live in a state like Florida and in these United States. There is truly no place like it. You blink and it's gone, right? It's been an amazing time getting to serve as lieutenant governor, an amazing run, getting to do the amazing things I've done with my family. Layla, I think you're here. I can't see in the back with all the lights. She's in the back there. Layla, Gabe, Colt, they give up so much. And as a family, we do it intentionally. We do it deliberately. We do it purposefully. Because Florida matters. Our people matter. And stepping into the breach and making sure that you are willing to fight for the very things that matter can never be misspoken. When good men and good women fail to step into that breach is when we have a problem. This state reflects the leadership of both Governor Ron DeSantis and our President Donald Trump. Both men obviously call this state home. We know that and have proven that when Florida leads, America wins. Now this state is unique in what we've stood for, how we've influenced federal policy, how we've fought back and won repeatedly. It wasn't on accident. It was intentional, thought out, purposeful. Over the last few weeks, I've heard a lot of conversation about the stakes of this campaign, the future of my campaign, from experts, X accounts, and of course, the effervescent pay-to-play media. Let me be very, very clear. I take life seriously. As always, I'm a warrior. I am willing to step into the breach. I've spent time with my family, as we always do. We've thought about what's best for them, for our state, and what I believe is best for this nation. Because of that, and at the end of the day, there is nothing more important. It's about protecting what we've built. It's about making sure that we don't lose the progress of the last several years. It's about making sure that Florida stays on the path it's on. We do not need a state like Florida to be more like D.C. We need D.C. to be more like Florida. So please rest assured, whoever started the rumor, I think I've handled that very clearly, and I'll stand on my last statement. We are not suspending our campaign. I'm here today to announce that our campaign is launching our initial 7-figure statewide media buy to tell our story, to lay out exactly what we're fighting for. As always, we're going to keep costs affordable, keep safer communities, stronger families. We're going to make sure that criminals and criminal illegal immigrants are dealt with, that we deal with the problems at hand. These are the issues that matter to the people of Florida. And let me be clear, there are 23.5 million people in Florida. I represent every single one of them. And it is an honor and a privilege and something that I carry with me every day. It's the issues that have led to Governor DeSantis flipping Miami-Dade, Hillsborough. We flipped Palm Beach. And then we sent President Trump back to the White House. And that's exactly what's at stake in this race. Friends, I wish this race was simply about the issues. I wish we could have a straightforward conversation about policy and the future of this state. But there is too much at stake to ignore the reality of what's in front of us. Because this race is not about just who can win the primary, who has the most money or the most endorsements. It's about who can win the general election. It's about who will be the next governor of the great state of Florida. Remember, there is no place like us. We are the state that has led the way, and if we do not lead, who will step up? I have laid my life on the line repeatedly for our nation. I have been shot, I have blown up, and I've lost a leg, and if asked to do it again, I wouldn't blink. But the same conviction that I carried with me in combat is the same conviction that I keep with me today in running to serve the state of Florida, that I have with me every day as the Lieutenant Governor of Florida. This state, our people, are worth fighting for. Allow me to be incredibly clear as to where we stand, and let's bring up Congressman Byron Donalds. Polling indicates a serious risk of David Jolly becoming the next governor of Florida if Byron is the Republican nominee. I have 10 fingers and 5 toes. I understand that math wins, believe me. It's not lost on me. This is not a risk that we can afford to take here in Florida, and it's why these issues matter. Now, I'm sure you've all heard the rumors and the chatter surrounding his conduct. We all have. What I know is often when you see smoke, there are embers or there are fire. But the record that is already out there shows a heck of a lot of smoke, and it's always been there. Byron Donalds' closest advisor, a man that he calls his brother, was arrested for sexual assault of a minor and later pleaded guilty to assaulting another woman and was charged with multiple other violent felonies. Those are the people he chooses to have around him. And despite that record, Donalds not only kept him on the payroll, paying him more than $400,000 in campaign funds as recently as last year, but as a senior advisor. A career criminal advising a sitting U.S. congressman. That raises serious questions about judgment. It gets worse. Donalds was one of only 28 members of Congress and one of just 2 in Florida to vote against a bipartisan bill to improve how the FBI investigates child sexual abuse and trafficking. Seriously. At the same time, he claims to oppose congressional stock trading, but he brazenly broke federal law by making nearly 200 stock trades worth up to $2.8 million without proper disclosure. Trades that coincided with his net worth growing from under $1 million to as much as $7 million since entering Congress. And yet he rails on people like Nancy Pelosi. You should check that out. And when it comes to transparency, the pattern continues. Byron promised to be upfront about his criminal record, and instead, he disclosed only a third-degree felony for financial crimes, but left out the more serious second-degree felony, which in some cases carries up to 15 years in prison. Years later, he admitted he wasn't just possessing drugs. When Jim DeFeeti called him out, he admitted to selling them. Look, hard times don't define anybody. I am here because God gives us the ability for redemption, and I appreciate that. But if you only admitted what happened after you got called out on media, that is not the same thing. Byron Donalds sold drugs to people, to children, and now he believes he's fit to be the governor of the state of Florida. And then there's the issue of taxpayer dollars. Charter schools connected to Donalds receive tens of millions in public funding, with roughly 30% going to outside companies tied to his family, which was paid over $500,000 and holds a personal financial stake in those firms. And the school in Fort Myers, it never opened. You should talk to the families. It never opened despite Donald's misleading parents for several years. And in fact, it is still empty. And in his record isn't just out of step on ethics, it's out of step on core issues. Remember the George Floyd issue where cities were being burnt to the ground? He decided to rush out and get ahead of things, calling it a heinous murder in a time when law enforcement was at risk, when people in this state were put in harm's way. He voted with AOC and the radical left against multiple pay raises for our military, including the largest pay raise in more than 2 decades. Do we truly think that our military are overpaid? That's a problem for me. He has flip-flopped on issues like a fish out of water. We know, and he's done pressers addressing these things, but those videos stand as truth on what he thought. The issues haven't changed. His approach did, because he is who we think he is. He always has been. All of this is already out there. You can Google this right now. The media has it, but you know, I wrestled with whether we should have a press conference like this. And where I landed was simple. These issues get talked about now, or they get talked about in October. We cannot risk this state falling and having Jolly as our next governor. If we don't talk about them now, our state pays the price. You've heard me say many times, the best indicator of future potential is past performance, and I find his performance wanting. I find his decision-making wanting. I find his moral clarity wanting. How much more is there? How much more is he going to flip-flop on? How much more has he been distruthful about? You deserve to know the facts. So if I need to stand in the breach, as I have always done to protect our people, I am willing to do so, because I care enough about our people to put my neck on the line every day. You can bet the Democrats have this information and boxes of others. Friends, times like this matter. Freedom often hinges on small rooms with media packed in the back. And I do appreciate y'all jamming up back there. Thank you for being here. But it often stands and can falter when men and women fail to stand. Here in Florida, we will not be found wanting. I personally will not fail my people. Because as you have heard me say many, many, many times, I am honored to be the 21st Lieutenant Governor. I am grateful to have been a Green Beret, but I am a dad and I am a husband first and foremost. And I will not fail my family, nor will I fail yours. I have had a top secret clearance nearly my entire adult life. I have willfully had to take polygraphs because of my positions of national security. I'm not entirely sure that he can get a secret clearance. Ask yourself, does that matter? Does our governor need to have access to classified things? I think it matters greatly. I've been through tougher times than this, The pundits will tell you it's an uphill fight. Good. Nothing good in life is easy. Look, I have been told things can't be done from the time my dad died in high school. My mom had a nervous breakdown. That I had to live with friends and deal with stress like that, and we got through it. I've been told you can't be a Green Beret on one leg, you can't do this and you can't do that. Friends, we can prevail. The truth really will set you free, and the facts of the matter are this: we are not done fighting. We are going to continue to press because, again, Florida is and will always be worth fighting for. Thank you for coming. Thank you for being here. God bless each of you. God bless the great state of Florida, and may God continue to bless these United States. Thank you. Now, I suspect that we probably should do some Q&A. I have time for a few questions here.
Governor, what would you say to...
I can't see you.
Sorry.
There you are. Sorry.
How you doing?
It's so dark in that corner.
You're better off not being able to see. What would you say to President Trump, who endorsed Byron Donalds very early in this race? Do you think that was a lack of judgment, just given this dossier you've handed out?
I think that I voted for the president 3 times, and I am not here to give him advice. He has a team around him who do that. I am the same person I always am. I'm a warrior, willing to step in the breach, but I'm also a warrior who's willing to speak the truth. My job is to perform, to protect and preserve what we have, not to give advice to the President of the United States.
Lieutenant Governor, you've said that you're focusing your campaign a lot
I can't
on
see
what
you.
Governor, I'm right here, sorry.
All right.
You said that you focused your campaign a lot on continuing on what Governor Ron DeSantis has achieved here, really moving Florida along on this path. Has Governor DeSantis given you any indication that he will give you his endorsement?
Well, look, I'm going to keep our private conversations between us, but my focus was, and will always be the same, prioritizing the people of Florida. I was handpicked by Governor DeSantis to be his lieutenant governor. When he put me in this position, he said, Jay is day one ready. If something were to happen to him, I can step up and lead this state right now. I will remind you, I'm the only person with executive office of the governor experience. I will gladly stand on my record. I have the governor's back, and I know he has mine.
Jay, right here, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Jay, you mentioned in your speech that you contemplate whether to do this, to release this dossier and talk about Byron's background. Do you think you're doing a favor to the Republican Party of Florida overall? You said, if this doesn't come out now, it might be too late in August, that you're giving the Republican primary voters, an opportunity to really assess a candidate who many people feel has not been vetted that severely so far.
Do I think I'm protecting that? I think I'm protecting our people. We have 23.5 million people. My job was, and will always be the same, and I'm a warrior. I try really hard not to act like a typical career politician. I remember who I am. I remember where I come from. I remember what matters. And, I'm going to share something, and I think it's really important. I would get shot, blown up, lose a leg today if it meant protecting my family, protecting our people. I wouldn't blink twice. But I also remember the moms, the wives, the children that I've had to speak to when someone passed away. And I'm going to make sure that we are a nation and a state that lives up to the sacrifice of those who paid that ultimate price, because there are families living today who carry an awful burden. And I take those responsibilities seriously.
Do you feel, Governor, that Republicans in Florida have grown so used to having resounding victories that they may be getting complacent and not respecting the fact that the Democrats do seem to be doing much better nationwide and in Florida of late?
Well, what I will tell you is we do have a 1.4 million voter advantage. We better be pressing to 2.4. I fight every day like we're 10 points down, because tomorrow is never guaranteed. I will not ever relent. I am relentless. And I want our people to understand that if you want leaders, have someone who steps into the breach and fights relentlessly for you. And to our Republican voters, if we show up and vote, we will do well. But we have to continue to fight. We have to continue to press, and we must be relentless in our pursuit of excellence in serving the state of Florida.
Do you feel that Byron Donalds will lose against David Jolly in the general election?
Yes. Any other questions? We got time for one more. All right. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate you sharing your time. I always appreciate my friends at Horse Soldiers. I want to shout them out one more time. It's good to be in a room with a stuffed bear to my right and so much heritage from my family, my regiment, the people who helped raise me and turn me into the man I am today. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless Florida.
Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins not mincing words at that news conference earlier today in St. Petersburg, where he was asked point blank if he thinks that if Byron Donalds is the Republican nominee, if he thinks he would lose to David Jolly in the general election. And he said yes. We have been in contact, reaching out to the campaign of Byron Donalds. Again, is supposed to be holding an event in Sarasota this morning. Have not seen that that is being live streamed. Many of his events are. We will try to bring that to you. We are also reaching out to him for a response, seeing if he'd be willing to speak with us. We've seen reporting from those at that news conference that they were handed a 13-page dossier of what is listed as Congressman Byron Donalds' liabilities in the governor's race. And so there is that aspect of it as well. Now, we have seen a statement from David Jolly, one of the Democratic candidates for governor, releasing this statement just a little bit ago, saying we're building a coalition of Democrats, independents, and Republicans ready to change the direction of Florida. My Republican friends are having a hard family conversation right now, and I welcome the November contest against whomever they choose to nominate. So sparks flying today in the Florida governor's race, still weeks and months away from the primary in that race. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but as we do so, let me give you a live look in Boston. It's Boston Marathon Day. You can see thousands of runners who are taking part in that event in Boston, Massachusetts. We're going to take a break right now, and we'll be right back with more after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Give you a live look right now. Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Acrisure Stadium, the home of the Pittsburgh Steelers, and this week, the site as well of the 2026 NFL Draft. First round scheduled for Thursday and all week long here on Fox 35 News Plus. We are getting you ready for the NFL Draft. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday morning, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and also on Facebook. And so as we get you ready for the NFL Draft this week, today we're taking a look at some of the Sunshine State's top prospects, whether they are from Florida high schools, Florida universities, whatever their ties are. We are highlighting some of those players whose names you will hear called over the next few days once that NFL Draft gets going. And joining us live now to break all of this down for us, our good friend Tim Walters, the sports editor of the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. And Tim, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us. NFL Draft is always a lot of fun to talk about.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, Garrett. This is a busy week for us, especially for us up in Jacksonville and the Times-Union. Obviously, the Jaguars, they don't have a draft pick Thursday night, or at least not yet. You never know. They do have 11 picks in the draft, so we'll see them jump on the board on Friday. But, just a lot going on just early in the week. And then, the Jaguars, we've got their head coach, Liam Cohen, James Gladstone, their GM, they're meeting with the media this afternoon. So we're going to get a little bit more from them. Don't know how many secrets they're going to give up or what they're looking at, but we've been doing mock drafts. We've been looking at their needs at running back, wide receiver, tight end, defensive end. You name it, it's all there at Jacksonville.com. We've been working hard there, Garrett.
Oh, I know you have. And Tim, let's talk today about some of the players here in Florida, because there are some big names that we will hear called with Florida ties. And I know you as well have been looking at the different universities around here and how they have done historically when it comes to preparing Florida players for the kind of next level.
Yeah. USA Today's Florida Sports Network has done a really cool thing here, Garrett. So before we talk about players, let's talk about those universities. I got to give giant credit to John Santucci and Nick Wilson. Hopefully people are reading their stuff at all of our sites around the state. But what they did was they looked at the last 5 drafts to determine which colleges have had the most success in getting players into the NFL draft. Now, of course, not all picks are created equally. There's first rounders, there's seventh rounders. So we had to give weight to different picks and things like that. So essentially, if you were a first round pick, you got 7 points. If you were a 7th round pick, you got 1 point. So I decided to bring the top 7. We could have gone deeper than that, but a lot of schools that people here in the state are going to care about. So, number 7 on the list, as you can see here, is UCF, which is really cool that UCF gets that many people, chosen in the draft. There's been 7 picks over the past 5 years. So UCF is good. Miami, of course, is really a great school. And this year, where they could have up to 4 picks in the first round, really, if you look at it. And they've had 11 over the past 5 years with 1 first-round pick. FSU, you see, they've had fewer picks than Miami, but they've had a lot of guys go higher in the draft. So, of course, that boosts their numbers. Even though they haven't had a first-rounder, they've had a lot of second-rounders. Illinois there in the middle. I don't know about you, but that one kind of surprised me seeing Illinois right in the middle there. But they've had 1 first-round pick from Florida and 7 total picks. And then number 3, of course, Georgia. You're always going to see Georgia in there. They recruit the state immensely. 2 first-round picks. And then Florida, the Gators, of course, because, a lot of the best high school players here in the state, they want to go to Florida, and then Florida helps them get to the NFL. And, of course, Alabama's up there on top. Not too far from Florida. They're recruiting Florida heavily every year. They get a lot of those IMG guys from over in the Bradenton, Tampa area. So, 9 first-round picks when you see that, which is just crazy. So, if you're a player in Florida who's going to Georgia, you have a pretty good chance of making it into the draft. So, just an idea of if you've got a player in your family who's highly recruited, look at one of these 7 schools, because they're going to probably do a pretty good job of trying to get you into that NFL draft and into the NFL.
Yeah, I think that's really cool to kind of see that laid out like that. and see the success, like you said, that the track record that these teams have.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not the greatest at math, just kind of looking at this calculated real quick. What is that? 15 first-round picks from 7 schools over the past 5 years. When you think that, 136 Division I schools? That's a lot of competition. So just the fact that these schools get that many guys, and of course Alabama being a big one, Georgia and Florida, but it's still the state of Florida is still the absolute best. People can argue Texas or California if they want, but if I'm looking for players, I'm coming to Florida first.
Yeah, and I think the numbers certainly back you up. Now let's talk about some of the players here, because some huge names, including who is really expected to be the top player, the number 1 overall pick, not playing at a Florida university, but a Florida kid nonetheless.
Yeah, boy, how Fernando Mendoza slipped through the cracks, I guess you could say. A 6'5" quarterback from Columbus, right down there in Miami, which, the whole city is a football factory down there in Miami. But, 4 players from Miami high schools are expected to go in the top 15 picks. Think about that. 4 players from Florida high schools expected to go in the top 15, and as many as 7 could go in the first round. So, just so many great players. So we're going to go over the 7 players that could be going here in the first round. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not 7 in the top 15 picks. 7 could go in the first round here. So that's who I'm going to go over today. Fernando Mendoza, which we just mentioned, coming out of Columbus, he's going to go number 1 to Las Vegas. I think that's a given. What a year he had, leading Indiana to what could be considered maybe the greatest college football season of all time, undefeated, going through the tournament, and just the year they had. An FBS leading 41 touchdowns to only 6 interceptions. So just a great year by Fernando Mendoza. Then, as I mentioned, the Miami Hurricanes, they're going to have a lot of guys go in this draft. So first you look at Francis Mauigoa. Here's an IMG guy. Again, I mentioned IMG a bit ago. He could go as high as number 3. The Arizona Cardinals are looking at him. The New York Giants are looking at him, although, they just had that big trade for Lawrence from the New York Giants over the weekend. So maybe they're not looking at edge defensive end, but you never know. But he stands 6 feet, 329 pounds. I'm sorry, he's an offensive tackle, 329 pounds. So, do they want to go O-line? Do they want to, who's going to look for protection? The Cardinals probably could use some for whoever's going to play quarterback there. So that's, Francis Mauigoa. Carnell Tate, the wide receiver at Ohio State, another IMG guy. He could go to the New York Giants as well. They're one of the highest, one of the teams that's really looking at him. The Cleveland Browns really like him at number 6. The Saints like him at number 8. So, he had 51 receptions, 875 yards, and 9 touchdowns. He's 6'2", 192 pounds. I'm sure he'll put on a little weight, a little bit more muscle as we go along. So, we'll be watching where Carnell Tate goes. Here's one of the lightning rods of the draft. I'm sure a lot of people have heard this name said over the last few weeks because of everything going on around him. And that's Reuben Baines Jr., the edge rusher out of Miami. Some people were saying, his measurables, he's got short arms, things like that. And then we find out that, in his second year in college, there's this, mysterious car crash where there were no charges brought. All of these things come out during draft weeks. Sometimes people speculate, hey, a team that really wants him is hoping if they break that news, he'll fall in the draft to them. But you never know. So he's from Miami Central, and he went to the University of Miami. He had a great playoffs, finished as the national runner-up. The Tennessee Titans seem to be one of the top teams looking at him at number 4. They could really use a second edge rusher there. The New Orleans Saints are another one that have him on the board. And even the Kansas City Chiefs. The Dolphins, they're hoping he falls to number 11, but I'm just not sure if Reuben Baines is going to fall to, continue. He's played high school, he's played college. Why not play in the pros down there in Miami? So we'll keep an eye on that. Another edge rusher, of course, Hakeem Mesidor. That guy was an absolute menace. He went to Clearwater Academy International. He's not seen maybe as high up as Reuben Bain, but you never know. But the Buccaneers, I know at number 15, are a big fan looking at Mesidor. The Lions are in there. The Cowboys would love to get him at 20. I don't think you're going to see him down as low as 20, but you never know. We obviously look at, places that have expressed interest, some things that went on in the combine, and we figure all of this stuff stuff out. He's a 6-year college player, so you know you're getting a guy with a lot of experience. He did his first 2 years at West Virginia before 4 at UM. At 6'3", 259 pounds, almost in his mid-20s. You are getting a fully formed package there. So he's going to be a really good one, whoever grabs him. We've got Toledo safety Emmanuel McNeil Warren. He went to Lakewood. He's going to be a little bit further down in the draft, with the Minnesota Vikings maybe getting him at number 18. The Panthers looking at him again. The Cowboys. Because they're going to need some defensive help there in Dallas. He had 36 solo tackles, 41 assisted tackles. 77 tackles in a season. That's just incredible there for a safety. 2 interceptions, 1 was for a touchdown. So I think a lot of people are going to like Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Lakewood. And then finally, we'll talk about the edge player Mason Thomas, who's on Oklahoma. He's from Cardinal Gibbons, and his most likely landing spots, they're looking at him a little bit lower in the first round. He could go to the Chiefs at 30, the Patriots at 31, or the Seahawks. Boy, the Seahawks would love to grab him down there at 32. He had 6.5 sacks this year, 18 solo tackles, 6'2", 249. Again, a big guy, strong. So those are the 7 guys you could see, all from different high schools here in the state, that could go in that first round.
Yeah, that is a lot of talent. And a lot of first-round picks that are projected as well, that just kind of go to make your point about the talent pool that we have here in the Sunshine State. I want to talk a little bit more about Fernando Mendoza, if we can here, Tim, before we let you go. Just why do you think and how do you think he kind of solidified himself as kind of the consensus top pick off the board this year?
Yeah, he's one of those guys that I don't really think he was much on the radar. Look, Indiana was good last year. People kind of knew who he was, but it was the accuracy that really shined this year. As I mentioned, he led the FBS in touchdowns with over 40 to just 6 interceptions. He makes really good decisions. He throws the ball well downfield. As we saw in that national championship game, he was dropping teardrops into hands over on the sidelines. He was just so good at that. And then, again, he had the prototypical size. You're looking at a guy who's 6'5". He's strong. He's just going to continue to get better. He seems to make good decisions. He's a very humble guy, not coming in with a big ego. So, look, you're going to put him on a Raiders team that has, maybe one of the top 2 or 3 tight ends, if not the top in the league, in Brock Bowers. He looks really good. Ashton Genty, people were saying he didn't have that great a year. Look at the numbers and look at what Genty was dealing with that awful Raiders team. And you'll see that, he was, I think, combined rushing and receiving around 1,600 yards. So you're already starting out there with some good things. Now you're going to have a young running back, a young quarterback, a young tight end. I think that, the Raiders, maybe not this year, but that's going to be a team, they're in that tough division where you've got the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Broncos. So it might not be this year, but I really do like Fernando Mendoza. I think he's got a bright future there.
Is he someone that they could make an immediate impact for this team?
Yeah, I think you're going to notice, even if they lose games, look, it's hard to come into the NFL no matter how good you are and win games. But if he can keep the turnovers down, if he can do the things that show growth over the course of a season, I'll harken back to Trevor Lawrence, who came into the league, and this was a guy who was a shoe-in, a best bet. And in his first game ever, he came in and had one of his greatest games in the first 3 years of his career. He threw for almost 400 yards with 3 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. But then if you watch the next 4 or 5 games after his debut, 180 yards, 215 yards, 1 interception, 3 interceptions. Of course, he was working with Urban Meyer. The Raiders have a new head coach, of course. So there's a lot going on with that Raiders team. I think that you're going to see them go in the right direction, even if they only win 4 or 5 games this year. I don't know if they're really going to make like I said, a mark in a league where you've got Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Bo Nix. Great things are expected out of the Broncos. But give this team a couple of years to get all that together, get the right blockers around him. Let's see if the new head coach can make things work. So I do like his future, but let's just give him a little bit of time, because people expect so much out of quarterbacks coming into this league. And, sometimes as we see with, our Super Bowl winning quarterback, Sam Darnold, took him, 7-8 years to find his footing. So, let's be patient with some of these young guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. Heading into a tough division with a lot of teams too that are kind of on the upswing, it seems. So it could be interesting to see what Mendoza is able to do, and that likely starts with that number 1 overall pick on Thursday. Tim, last thing before I let you go, just what's it like covering NFL Draft Week in a pro football city?
Oh boy, it is crazy because we're trying to stay on top of all the information. You're trying to know what's the difference between rumor and fact. We're lucky that we do get to talk to Liam Cohen quite a bit. We ask him a lot of questions. We've got our own big boards. They've got their own big boards that they're not sharing with us. So all we can do is kind of speculate. But when you're picking down in the mid 50s, it's also hard to you're never going to get it exactly right because so many things could happen. And do they package some of those draft picks together? We look at all of these different scenarios, but then we have to prepare. So even on Thursday, the Jags don't have a pick, but we're ready to go if there's a trade. We're ready to go if they enter the first round. And then, of course, not that I think he's going to go in the first round, but because he's from Jacksonville, we're ready to report on Carson Beck, the Miami quarterback who's from Mandarin High School right here in Jacksonville. So we also have to prepare for our local players who went to high school here, who played elsewhere. There are several that we have from the Jacksonville area that could get drafted this year. So we're not only looking at the Jaguars, we're looking at guys who, grew up here, went to school here, went out into the world, and now hopefully they're going to be coming into the NFL.
It's an exciting time, that's for sure. Tim, we know you and your team are on top of it. Tim Walters, sports editor at the Florida Times-Union and Florida Today. We appreciate you joining us this morning here on Fox 35 News Plus.
As always, Garrett, thank you so much for having me.
And we'll talk with you later in the week about the Jags and some of their strategy as well. So we look forward to chatting with you again. And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you another live look in Pittsburgh at Acrisure Stadium, and a lot of events going on this week for fans as well who may be heading up there to take part in the NFL draft and all those festivities. We'll keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus. We'll be right back. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Jessica Dobson joins me now, and just some changes blowing in to start the week here.
Yes, that's a very good way of putting it. It's been a windy start to our day, a little cooler, and many spots are probably not going to make it out of the 80s, or
Wow.
out of the 70s today.
Which is crazy because we were just pushing
near
90.
Yes,
Wow.
you're exactly right. Yeah, we've been near 90 the last several days even. So we're looking at temperatures today in Orlando specifically only breaking into the upper 70s for later on this afternoon, a high of 79. So we'll be close. I wouldn't be shocked if, we will have a few spots, especially near I-75, that do break into the 80s, but it will only be right around 80 degrees. We'll be in the mid 70s at the beaches. There is a high risk of rip currents at the beaches. It's pretty rough and choppy out there. It's been quite gusty this morning. Not the worst we've ever seen, but enough to where you probably don't want to be outside out at the beaches with the sand blowing around. Just not very comfortable. But at least the temperatures will be comfortable today, tomorrow, really the next couple of days below normal by a few degrees. We have enough clouds around today too that'll help to keep us on the cooler side, air quotes, cooler side when it comes to temperatures and highs today. So if you have any yard work you need to get done, just whatever it might be, today's going to be a pretty good day for that. Even for the overnight temperatures, dipping down into the 50s and 60s. So we'll see these temperatures right around sunrise tomorrow morning in the low 50s in some spots. 52 will be your low tomorrow morning in Ocala, 54 in the Villages and Bushnell. We'll make it down to 60 specifically in Orlando, around 59 in Sanford, and then we'll be a little milder near the coast, closer to say the middle 60s. But still a noticeable change. It will remain windy tonight and also into tomorrow. So that has brought us an increased risk of fire weather danger for tomorrow. We have a fire weather watch in place for the counties in red, which is basically all of Central Florida with the exception of Marion, Flagler, Brevard, and Coastal Volusia. And Marion is going to be an exception because that's where we've already had a lot of drier air move in. The drought is pretty bad in Marion County versus the rest of Central Florida, specifically in Orange County. But we have had some rain help to improve that drought, specifically in the Brevard County area. So that's one of the reasons why Brevard's not included in that. But we're seeing, bottom line, we're seeing lower humidity levels move in. Winds are going to remain gusty. So that paired with the ongoing drought and the fact that we have still a lot of vegetation, you think about the forested areas specifically, things have died off and there's still a lot of dead foliage kind of laying around. That really just adds as fuel for a lot of these wildfires if they get going. So just be mindful of that as we head towards tomorrow. There is that heightened risk. Specifically, we have this fire weather watch that begins at noon, lasts through technically 6 o'clock. That could be upgraded to a fire weather warning as we head towards tomorrow. So that'll be something we're watching out for. But regardless, winds are still going to be quite gusty. So anything that does get sparked somehow, whatever it might be, it could and would likely spread quite quickly and become difficult to manage and contain due to the fact that embers can spread very fast with these types of scenarios, especially just how dry it is. So we have this kind of wildfire danger just about every single year during the dry season, but the fact that this is kind of one of the more historically dry droughts we've had in the past couple of decades, say about 25 years or so, they just want to make sure everyone's being really careful and cautious of that. So in fact, the Weather Prediction Center has actually placed us under, there's 3 categories. It goes from elevated, critical to extreme. And right now they have us under the elevated category for most spots, say west of I-95. And that's going to be where the drought is the worst, where we'll have winds that are going to be pretty strong. We've had a couple of showers this morning in Volusia and Brevard County. Not enough, obviously, to help with the drought, but noticeable. When it comes to the forecast of the next couple of days, so today will be in the 70s. We do bounce back to the 80s tomorrow, and we'll stay that way through the rest of this week. Staying dry too, so yes, we need the rain, but we don't really have a ton of measurable rain in the forecast. We'll have a slim chance maybe for the weekend. Temperatures will be heating back up to near 90, so if you have to get any sort of yard work done, I'm thinking of myself too. I just cut the lawn this past week, and I'm like, oh boy, when can I manage to cut it again before it hits 90? But I don't know. It's going to be a close call because we're going to be seeing those temperatures and in the mid 80s, so pretty normal by Friday, but we'll heat things back up in time for the weekend. But again, just a 20% chance of rain. Not enough to cancel plans, but we need the rain, so yeah, we could use some, even if it does impact our plans a bit.
Yeah, that's the trade-off.
Yeah,
it's always
unfortunately.
The tension that you have there, the push and pull.
Of course,
yeah.
Yes.
Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Jessica Dobson, we appreciate you joining us. And as we go to break here on Fox 35 News Plus, give you a live look at the downtown Orlando. You can see those clouds that are out there right now over Lake Eola and the City Beautiful as we get closer to the noon hour on this Monday. Let me give you a live look right now as well in Shreveport, Louisiana. This is the news conference we are anticipating and waiting for where we will get an update on the shooting over the weekend where 8 kids were shot and killed. Again, that news conference is supposed to happen in just a couple of minutes. So we will talk about that and a number of other things that we are monitoring at this hour coming up in just a couple of minutes. So keep it here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Let me give you a live look right now in Shreveport, Louisiana, where we are awaiting an update from officials on this shooting over the weekend where 8 children were shot and killed, and expecting updates on where things stand with this. We do have some details about this. The shooting suspect, Shamar Elkins, been identified as a former National Guard member. He is believed to be the gunman who killed those 8 kids, injured 2 women as well. Those kids ranged in age from about 1 to 14. 7 of those kids believed to be his children. And so this is being discussed as a domestic violence attack in Shreveport, Louisiana. One of the women who was shot is also believed to be the mother of his children. After the shooting happened, we're told the suspect, Shamar Elkins, took off from the scene, ended up carjacking a car, and then led officers on a chase. When that chase ended, police shot and killed him. So the suspect in this case is dead, but just a sad and a tragic case out of Shreveport, Louisiana. It's been making national headlines now, and we'll bring that to you when it begins. But right now I want to show you a tweet from Speaker Mike Johnson, who is a Republican from Louisiana, just putting this out on social media early this morning, saying Shreveport is shaken and in mourning for the unspeakably tragic loss of 8 precious children: Jaylen Elkins 3, Shayla Elkins 5, Kayla Pugh 6, Layla Pugh 7, Marcaden Pugh 10, Soraya Snow 11, Kadarian Snow 6, and Braylon Snow 5. Praying Psalm 34:18 tonight over the recovering victims and the families directly affected, the first responders and local leaders as they deal with the aftermath, and our entire community. And there, to end this post on social media, he quotes from the scripture there, saying the Lord is close to the brokenhearted. Again, just a sad situation there, and we are waiting for more details. We will bring that to you when that news conference begins. We are also tracking breaking news and a developing story out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. These live images coming to us courtesy of WGHP, where they are investigators and state police looking into a mass shooting there. They said this happened this morning at a park where it was a planned fight. Investigators believe that it was a fight that had been kind of planned for an area there, Lineback Park near Sally Kirk Road. For anyone who may be familiar with that Winston-Salem area, you can see investigators still on the scene, troopers wearing ballistic vests, holding an assault rifle is there, a reporter giving a live update right now as well. But what we know is that this is believed to have been a fight that escalated into a mass shooting. It put some schools on lockdown or secure hold at the time while their officers were responding to this. Several people involved. They were described as young individuals. We don't know their ages or anything right now, but they were involved in that fight. Investigators say that really kind of escalated into a shootout. So multiple victims as a result of that. No update on a suspect. We'll be keeping our eyes peeled for information and updates in that shooting as well. Again, that one out of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, and still a developing story right now. So we're keeping an eye on that scene. Again, like we said, you can still see investigators on the scene there. More police arriving to that scene. We're told everyone at the schools that had been placed on secure hold, they are safe. But again, this planned fight resulting in a shooting, with multiple victims in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I apologize for that feed as well, kind of going in and out as well. But we will bring you updates on that as we get them. Still standing by right now for the start of this news conference in Shreveport, Louisiana. An update on that shooting over the weekend. Also out of Orlando today, an update on the status of the upcoming trial for Jaylen Edgar, who is the suspect in the downtown Orlando Halloween night shooting that happened in 2024. 2 people were killed in that, a number of others injured when shots were fired at the Halloween night celebrations in downtown Orlando back in 2024. Jaylen Edgar, the suspect in this, he was supposed to go to trial back in January, but it was delayed because he had asked a judge to replace his defense attorney. He wanted a new defense attorney, said that they were not representing him the way he wanted to be. And so that was denied. So he was back in court today, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. Because right now, let me get you to Shreveport, Louisiana, where we are on this shooting over the weekend, this news conference about to get underway. So let's go ahead and listen in.
I'd like to say good morning to everyone. Good morning. Thank you. We're going to ask that Pastor Jeff Marshall would come. He's the president of the Baptist Ministers Fellowship of Shreveport. We're going to ask him to come and offer a word of prayer. Pastor, we come.
Let us pray. Father, which art in heaven, Lord, how we thank you and bless your name. Thank you for this day, the blessings of this day. Father, we come now thanking you for all that you've done and all that you're getting ready to do. Father, we need your protection today. We need your guidance. Father, we ask now that you would lead and guide us now in the way that you would have us to go. Father, as we're able to lead this city. And Lord, we ask now that you would look over this city. Lord, as we try to get through what we've gone through now, I ask that you touch every leader, every city council, every person that's in leadership, our mayor. Lord, that we make the right decisions on this day. Lord, we thank you for this city. We love you. And Lord, we'll always be careful to give you the praise. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. Thank you very much for coming. Again, I'd like to say good morning to everyone. Yesterday, our community experienced a tragic act of violence that has impacted families, neighbors, that has impacted our entire city. Today, we pause to honor the lives that were lost and the families forever changed. Today, we remember Jaylen Edgar, age 3, Shayla Elkins, age 5, Kayla Pugh, age 6, Layla Pugh, age 7, Makeda Pugh, age 10, Soraya Snow, age 11, Conundrum Snow, age 6, Braylon Snow, age 5, and to all of their families. So before I go on, will you just pause for a minute for a moment of silence as we honor them? Thank you. We lift up the Elkins family, the Pugh family, the Snow family. We're facing unmitigated losses. We're also mindful of our survivors, including 2 women and a 13-year-old child. We ask that you would keep them in your prayers and as they continue to recover from their injuries and the uncertain times ahead. Our first priority is to acknowledge the lives affected and to stand with those who are grieving. We recognize the pain felt across our city. We share that sorrow. We want to acknowledge the leadership standing with us today. Mayor Tom Arsenault, Chief Wayne Smith, Sheriff Whitehorn, Marshall Jefferson, Caddo School Superintendent Keith Burden, all of our members of the City Council, Councilman Gary Brooks, Councilman Grayson Boucher, Councilwoman Ursula Bowman, Councilwoman Chair Tabitha Taylor, Councilman Jim Telefaro. This has deeply impacted our families and in our communities. We recognize the grief. We want to pause right now and thank our first responders. In fact, we'd ask that you would pray for them because this is something that would affect them for the rest of their lives. And so we pause and say to them, thank you. Would you be kind enough to give them a great big hand? We join our partners all across this city and the parish. We're grateful for those responders who responded quickly. Again, here we stand with the community. At this time, I want to give some points as to how to cope with situations and giving condolences to all that have been affected. There's an initial shock, which is common. People often feel numb, disbelief right after a tragedy. In being connected to this district for just about 16 years, it is what I would consider a gut-wrenching situation it takes to win out of your sail. Emotions can be overwhelming. Grief, anger, confusion, sadness may come and it may go in waves. Support is very important. We thank all of the agencies that showed up on yesterday and is showing up on today. What do you do when life takes an unexpected turn? When life takes an unexpected turn, the goal isn't to fix everything right away. It is to steady yourself enough to move forward, to become grounded. How do we deal with unexpected tragedies, events? One, you give yourself room to react. You might feel stressed. and it's okay. You might feel angry, but it's okay. Certainly, to have a loss, you will feel the pain, but it's okay. Because today, if we put God first, it will make a difference in our lives. Sometimes it takes time to adjust, but if we trust God, we'll make it. We got to lean on people. We got to lean on resources. At this moment, I might be strong, and the next moment, I might be weak. But we got to be able to say to somebody, is it okay if I lean on you? Sometimes we focus on what we cannot control. There come a time that we have to put it all in the Lord's hand. Trusting God in the time of crisis. Crisis has ways of shaking everything about us. Our plans, our peace, even our faith. It can come suddenly, bad news, loss, uncertainty, pressures we don't even see coming. The real question is not whether or not crisis will come, but the real question is, how will we respond to the crisis? Take your crisis to God first. Acknowledge who He is. Ask God for specific help. Leave the outcome into the hands of God. Do what you can, but release what you cannot handle. Stop trying to focus on outcome. Rest in God's ability to handle what you cannot. Don't panic, pray. Don't focus on fear, focus on God. Don't hold on. Release it and put it into the hands of the Lord. And He will make a difference in your life. As what the Word of God has said, if this earthly house of this tabernacle be dissolved, I believe in my heart that these that died on yesterday are in the presence of the Lord. He says, and we know that all things work together for the good. We know it. We believe it because our faith is strong. We believe that this situation, even though it's a tragedy, but it's going to bring us together for the good. And we'll be able to give God the glory after it's all over. So at this point in time, we're going to ask that Mayor Tom Marshall will come. And after that, Council Chair Tabitha Taylor will come.
Thank you, Pastor. We stand in difficult times. One of the things that I think is most important is that if you are experiencing abuse and violence in your home, seek the resources. Don't stay where you are. Seek the resources to escape. The biggest lesson that we have is that we must protect those who cannot protect themselves. There are resources available. Take advantage of those resources. We mourn for these children. We mourn for the women who are recovering, we hope. We pray for their recovery and healing. And we ask that the community draw together to give support to these families and these victims.
Good morning. On this morning, Satanya Smiles and I, who's an advocate in the Cedar Grove area, had the opportunity to go and speak with some of the family members of the victims that we lost on yesterday. And the family wanted us to express to you all to allow them to grieve and to go through this process, because this is not a process that is easy for them by any means. They want you to allow the Shreveport Police Department to do their job in this investigation. I also wanted you to know to continue to pray for their families, but also wanted you to understand that 7 of those children belong to Mr. Elkins, who took their lives, and 1 did not. And they wanted to ensure that you all had correct and precise information. This is a difficult process. And at this point, what they are trying to do is to wrap their mind around what has occurred in their family. How do they navigate through this? So if it's anything that you can do for them right now, is to keep them the priority. I'm gonna say it again, keep them the priority and respect their wishes. Respect their wishes as their loved ones go through surgery and they're healing and they're in a dark place because they don't know how to wrap their minds around all of this. Leave the social media chatter alone, thinking that you know everything when you do not. The best thing that you can do for them is to allow them to navigate again through this devastating, traumatic process. And from that point, as we respect their wishes, as they plan for the burial of the children and the grandchildren, I want you to think about the mothers that are the survivors, because there are 3 mothers at this point. One is in surgery at this time, that are going to be faced with immense pain, that's going to need all of us, the community long-term counseling, the father that is left here to grieve their child. And I want you to remember that more than anything, because it's people first. It's not your stories. It's not who posted first. It's them. It's all about them. And that as a community, as a nation in this country, and for all of the accolades that we have received here, the prayers of support from Canada, from Belgium, that I want you to understand that domestic violence is nobody's joke. It is real, and these are the residual effects of what happens if we're not paying attention. And it is a concerted, collaborative effort for us all to make, and you have to be intentional about that, because we are faced with a devastating tragedy in this city at this point in time. And we don't have all of the answers, but you can rest assured that the work that we started will continue, and we will fight this on behalf of this family. But right now, I am asking all of you to keep them lifted, and pray for them like you've never prayed before. This is what I'm asking of you from them. And as a community, as a city, as a state, as a nation, I know that we can do it. We've done it before, and we'll do it again.
Thank you. At this time,
as this news conference continues in Shreveport, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to get you back to this news conference in Shreveport, Louisiana, talking about the shooting over the weekend that resulted in 8 children being killed. They've been talking about, city leaders have been talking about the pain, the emotions in that community. Let's go ahead and listen back in as this news conference continues.
His department is well equipped to handle situations like this. It's staffed well. Please, if you feel like that you are in danger or your family members are in danger, reach out to them. There are also nonprofits like Project Celebration, Family Justice Center. There are plenty of avenues that we can reach out to. If a child feels uncomfortable and you're a teenager and you feel uncomfortable in your environment, go to your school counselor. Mr. Burton has counselors all over the Caddo Parish school system that can assist. This is a tragedy. This is heartbreaking. In my 8 years of being on the city council and my 24 years of being a firefighter, this has to be the worst event that I've seen. Lastly, I want to say, please lift up in prayer the first responders. I can tell you this will live with them forever. It will. They had to leave that scene yesterday and probably go home and hug their babies tight. This is a tragedy, and this will stay with them forever. So please, let's come together as a community, let's come together as a nation, and let's pray for this family, pray for our city, pray for our state, and pray for our nation. Thank you.
Thank you. At this time, we would like for our state Senator Sam Jenkins would come, and did I see Tammy Representative Phelps? Was she here? If not, Senator Reed, come.
Good morning, and thank you, Reverend Green, for including the state in this conference this morning. It is a tragic situation. It is getting statewide attention. I've heard from people all over the state that are sending condolences to the family and expressing concern for Shreveport and for our community. I have had conversations with the governor. He's very concerned. I think you'll be hearing more from him as the day goes on. I want to take this opportunity to say how important it is not to forget what happened on yesterday, but to react to it in a way that will help us address domestic violence. In the legislature, we are passing bills every session to try to strengthen our laws on domestic violence. But this is becoming a matter where we need to put forth resources, manpower, woman power, talents at every level. At the root of many of these situations are social concerns, behavioral, and mental concerns that need to be addressed. I applaud Sheriff Whitehorn for what he's doing in this area. I applaud many of the advocates that have said to us time and time again, we need to do more so that we will not see situations like what played out here in Shreveport early on a Sunday morning. I hope that all of us will become recommitted to that effort, not just with lip service, but with resources and with the talent and with the desire to have a consistent means of tracking domestic violence, addressing it, and intervening. As they say, you as a community has to be a big part of that. If you see something, say something. That does not mean you're getting anybody in trouble. It means you are stopping trouble from coming. So please do that as a community. Thank you, Reverend Green, for this opportunity to make these expressions this morning. I know that the community is in shock. Let's work together as the days ahead come upon us to address the family, to address the community. May God bless each of you. May God bless this great city that we live in, and may God continue to bless the great state of Louisiana.
Thank you. At this time, we'll have Chief Wayne Smith. After Chief Wayne Smith will be Sheriff Whitehorn. After Sheriff Whitehorn will be Marshal James Jefferson. After the Marshal come, the Superintendent Keith Burton will come. And also, I'm sorry, and along with the state police, I'm sorry, we'll have a spokesperson come.
Our deepest condolences goes out to the families, to everyone that's involved with this particular incident. I asked my fellow team members to come up with me because in being a first responder, in being a true public servant, we are truly a team, and all of us work together for the good of our community. November 19th, the early mornings of that day will go down in history, be written in the pages of history as one of the worst days that could have ever happened here in Shreveport. About 5:55 a.m. on Sunday morning, Shreveport police received the first call regarding a disturbance at a resident in the 300 block of West 79th Street. The caller stated that they were on top of a house. The suspect was inside and that a male had been shot. 3 minutes later at 5:58, dispatch received an additional call indicating the suspect was a relative of the caller. A minute later, 5:59 a.m., dispatch was advised that approximately 9 individuals resided at the location. The caller further stated that the suspect, identified as Shamar Elkins, had shot everyone inside the home. At 6 o'clock a.m., 1 minute later, the caller advised that she and her children had fled from the roof and were now in the backyard. 6:01 a.m., officers arrived on the scene. 6:03, officers made contact with the caller at the residence. At 6:05 approximately, officers requested the Shreveport Fire Department to stage at a nearby location close to Linwood. 6:07 a.m., a second call was received regarding a shooting in the 500 block of Harrison Street. The caller stated that her boyfriend had shot her, taken her 3 children, and fled the scene. 6:08 a.m., the victim identified the suspect as Shamar Elkins. At 6:10, dispatch linked the Harrison Street shooting with the shooting on West 79th Street and that they all were related. At 6:15, officers received information that the suspect had carjacked a red Kia Sportage at West 79th, closest to Linwood. At 6:17 a.m., our traffic units out on random patrol encountered or observed that particular vehicle traveling southbound on Interstate 49. The officers advised at 6:18 that they were crossing the Red River Bridge into Bossier City. At 6:20, officers received information that the children taken from the Harrison Street residence may be inside of the fleeing vehicle. 6:23 a.m., officers advised that they were exiting near Swan Lake area. 6:25 a.m. approximately, officers located the injured victims from the Harrison Street shooting. 6:29 a.m., officers made contact with the suspect through an exchange of gunfire. At 6:30 a.m., officers confirmed contact with the suspect in the 400 block of Brompton Lane. 6:40 a.m., officers advised that the suspect vehicle was empty and no children were located inside. 6:43 a.m., officers cleared the resident of West 79th Street where multiple deceased victims were located. 7:03 a.m., Shamar Elkins was pronounced deceased at the scene on Brompton Lane. 7:14 a.m., the Shreveport Police Department contacted the Louisiana State Police Investigative Division, and they began their deployment to the Bossier City address to begin to investigate the officer-involved shooting. This, by far, was probably one of the most challenging incidents that SPD has ever faced. Within the immediate short period after the first call came into SPD, our resources were deployed, and at the same time, we were working 5 different crime scenes. I can't let the SPD officers know how appreciative I am for them for maintaining professionalism throughout this entire event, staying strong, staying poised, doing what they were trained to do. I am so proud of all of them. I am so proud, and I thank all of my community team members, the Caddo Parish Sheriff Department. Immediately I received a call from the Caddo Parish Sheriff Department asking what resource you need, what can we do to help. That's what we do. I immediately received a call from our City Marshal's office, James Jefferson, that said the same thing. We're here. What do we need to do to help? Louisiana State Police, I can't thank all of you gentlemen so much for being there for us. I immediately received call from the director of the FBI, from the director of the ATF, ready to deploy resources to assist in this effort. In the times to come, we will be offering peer assistance, counseling, and whatever is needed to our first responders that responded to that scene yesterday. Our investigators who was in the scene, our crime scene investigators, and the list just goes on and on and on. Throughout an event of this nature, we redeploy resources from anywhere in town to neutralize the threat and make the area safe. And those are the prime time when our team members come in to assist us keeping our city safe in other areas. And I can't thank you guys so much for all that you do. But the investigation has not concluded. There are still bits and pieces coming in to put this bizarre puzzle together. So bear with us in due time, and more information will be coming forth as new information is learned.
Good morning. I also want to thank Councilman Green for pulling this press conference together. Just 10 days ago, we stood as a community to announce the opening of the Caddo Sheriff's Office Domestic Violence Unit. That announcement was a step forward in protecting victims and supporting families and strengthening our response to domestic violence. I don't believe any of us could have imagined that only days later, our community would be shaken by the most heartbreaking tragedies that we have ever witnessed. 8 innocent children losing their lives as a result of domestic violence. There are no words that can fully capture the depth of this loss. No words that can ease the pain of the families who are grieving. No words that can explain the weight of 8 young lives taken far too soon. To the families affected, our hearts are with you, our prayers are with you, and our commitment to you is unwavering. Your children mattered, their lives mattered, and their memory will not be forgotten. But today I must speak to the leaders of this community, to the elected officials, to our faith leaders, service providers, law enforcement, educators, and every person who holds influence in this parish. And I ask you a question that we can no longer avoid. How much are the lives of these victims worth? Because the truth is this: domestic violence is not a private issue. It's not a family issue. It is a community issue. And when we fail to respond in a coordinated, consistent, and compassionate way, people die. This tragedy is a painful reminder that we cannot afford to work in silos. We cannot afford to wait until the next crisis. We cannot afford to treat domestic violence as an afterthought. We must ensure that every victim, every mother, every father, every child has access to safety, support, and intervention before the violence escalates. So today, I'm calling on every leader in this parish to join us in building a fully coordinated, community-wide response to domestic violence. A response where law enforcement, social workers, social services, and the courts communicate in real time. Faith communities stand as safe havens and advocates. Schools recognize warning signs and know where to turn. Hospitals and mental health providers are fully integrated into the system. Offenders are held accountable and monitored. And victims are never left to navigate these dangers alone. This is not the responsibility of one agency. This is not the responsibility of one department. This is the responsibility of all of us. We owe it to the 8 children we lost. We owe it to every victim who is suffering in silence right now. And we owe it to the future of this community. Let their memory be a turning point. Let their lives be the reason we refuse to go back to business as usual. Let this tragedy move us from conversation to coordination, from awareness to action, and from reaction to prevention. Because the lives of these victims, their worth is immeasurable, and our response must reflect that truth. God bless you, and thank you.
This news conference continuing. That's the sheriff speaking there. We've got to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. We're continuing to listen in to officials speaking in Louisiana, talking about this shooting in Shreveport over the weekend that led to that left 8 children dead in what they're calling a domestic violence attack. We heard police just a little bit ago kind of lay out the timeline and also talk about the challenging circumstances, not just for investigating that shooting, but certainly in the aftermath of it. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Thank you to the mayor, sheriff, marshal, city council members, everyone present. Caterpillar School Board members join me today to wrap arms around this district and around this community. It's a reality in 2026 that school districts must be prepared for active shooters. It's just a reality. Unfortunately, we're never prepared when one of those active shooters is a family member and it happens outside at that child's home. I wanted to let you know that my staff and I have visited both of the schools where those children attended. We have checked on those teachers. We have sent numerous counselors and mentors and also provided safe places at those schools where a child, as a matter of fact, just this morning I saw a classmate of one of the kindergartners just walking silently down the hall. And as she walked into that calming room, that counseling, that place of safety, she spoke to no one. She just put her head on the shoulder of one of those counselors and just cried. Also want to tell you the story of the principal that I talked to on the way to school this morning as she was getting ready to speak to all the staff to support the students. And she said, Mr. Burton, one of the things that's important that I want everybody to know is one of those 6-year-olds I just celebrated last week. Matter of fact, he had taken his DIBELS test that was testing his literacy rates. And when he first tested at the beginning of the year, he was well below basic. And just last week, I had the opportunity to celebrate him because he had met his benchmark goals. And last week, he was celebrated. Now, I think it's naive for us to think that anyone that's experiencing domestic violence is going to drive to a facility and get help. We all know of the kids. We all know of the neighbors. We all know of the community members out there who we know are experiencing this type of violence. Let's not let this day end without us being active and promoting getting them support. We will continue the support that we provided this morning, and thank you all. And I join all of the area leaders in wrapping arms around this community, and we will continue to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, all of our partners and all of you that are here, our media partners as well. We continue to keep those who this has impacted at the center of our thoughts and our prayers. As a community, we must remain focused on supporting one another and lifting up those who are hurting. Our community faced great challenges, but I believe that we can make it through. We will not allow this moment to define who we are, nor who our city is. Sometimes in life we have to ask the question, who comforts the comforter in times like these? And so I'd like to leave with you all. If this situation was at a ceremony at church, and one would ask me the question, Pastor, how do you handle death? No, I don't have all the answers, but I do have 3 things that we could do. Number 1, we love them. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. After we love them, we loose them. Because when this earthly house of this tabernacle be dissolved, we got another building. That building is not made with hands. We love them, we loose them, and lastly, we lean on Jesus. I'd just like for you to do one thing for me, and we'll close this out. But would you just tell somebody, lean on Jesus? And how we lean on Jesus is because we testify to the fact that the Lord is my shepherd, and I shall not want. Again, we'd like to thank all of you for coming. We're going to ask that my friend and brother, Dr. Jerome Cox, would come and offer a closing word of prayer. And again, thank you all for coming. On this evening at 6 o'clock, there will be a prayer visual at the location that's Linwood and 79th, and also on Wednesday night at 6 o'clock, there will be a prayer visual there at the same place. But there were members of the family here. Are they still? Did they leave? Huh? Okay. We ask that you would just continue to pray for them. At this time, Dr. Cox will give us our close.
We're getting ready to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. As this news conference wraps up, we'll see if they take any questions as well. Right now, though, we are going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I want to give you a live look right now in Winston-Salem here, continuing to see investigators on the scene investigating a shooting of a planned fight that escalated into a shooting. The update from WGHP in Winston-Salem, 2 people were killed in this shooting. We do not have a confirmed total number of victims, though, so we are continuing to keep an eye on that. I want to get you back to Shreveport, though. We are seeing officials there now taking some questions at this news conference, giving an update on the shooting that left 8 children dead yesterday. So let's go ahead and listen in.
Can be confirmed. Usually domestic violence extends over a period of time. There are multiple incidents, and eventually it leads up to maybe similar violence that we saw this past weekend. So it's been said quite a bit throughout today. Help is available for everyone. If you see something, say something.
Can we clarify both your city into this? Did the suspect take his own life, or was he shot by officers?
We are not sure there was an exchange of gunfire. It has not been determined yet what was the exact cause of death. Our Louisiana State Police is investigating that, and I would have to defer all questions concerning that portion of this incident to them.
But you can't confirm that officer, that SPD officers didn't fire?
Yes. Yes.
But it's unclear if he took his life, if he may have fired the shot initially and then they fired in response.
That I don't know. Certainly, as I said, the Louisiana State Police at some point or another will have definitive information about what exactly occurred. Yes, sir.
Chief Smith, did Elton show any signs of drug abuse, mental health issues? Did that come from the investigation?
I don't want to talk too much about the investigation because it's ongoing. I will say that his name was in fact in our system for some events sometime in the past.
Have you been to Brentwood?
I don't know.
Are investigators working with the National Guard to learn more about his background?
The FBI, our partners, that is a piece that they're taking on to find out as much as possible about Mr. Elkins' past.
Chief, where did he get the gun? He was a felon. He shouldn't have had one. He couldn't purchase one, correct?
The ATF, we've been in communication with their agency this morning, yesterday, and that is a piece of the puzzle that they're working on to confirm where the weapon came from, its origin, and its chain throughout its life, how it got to where it was.
Chief, do you have an update on the status and condition of the women that were injured in this?
My investigator advised me this morning that both are still with us. No one has passed. One that was shot multiple times is a lot more critical than the other one, but both is still in the hospital and recovering. And at some point or another, there'll be a lot more interaction between us and them when they get healthy enough to do so.
Chief, can you elaborate on the person who jumped off the roof and survived? Was this a child or an adult? And how did they escape?
Actually, question again, because there was...
If you can elaborate on the person who jumped off the roof, if this was a child or an adult, and how did they escape?
It was a child and an adult, both that jumped off the roof. And they both are in stable condition.
Just for follow-up, what kind of firearm did the suspect have?
It appeared to be an assault pistol. What caliber, I'm not completely sure, but it was an assault-style weapon.
Do you know why you went to that location in Bossier City? Have you been able to figure out what the significance was of that home where you went to it? Or was that still part of LSP?
I'm not sure. We have some theories or possibilities, but that would be a part of a Louisiana State Police investigation to try to confirm why that address was important to him.
Chief, we've seen reports that Shimon Shaniqua had separation proceedings that were going to happen today in court. Can you confirm if that's true?
I cannot confirm that at this point. I have heard that also, but my team has not positively confirmed that as of yet.
Chief, how recently was Shamar's name entered into the system, and you go into the history that SPD had encounters with Elton?
That I do not know. I was just advised that he did appear in our system. I don't know when and for what.
And Chief, can you clarify who the women were as far as involvement with who they were to the victim and who they are in relationship to the man, the shooter?
It is our understanding at this point, and still nonetheless more information has to be confirmed, that there was or still was a relationship between him and both parties.
So it was a wife and a girlfriend, wife and a child's mother?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay. Do you know how many children each woman had lost, compared to one mother versus the other? I know that it was 8 children that were killed, you know, who?
I don't know exactly which children belong to which mother at this time, but both mothers had children whose lives were taken.
Learning more details about a tragic situation in Shreveport, taking some more questions there as this news conference wraps up. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back after this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. 1 o'clock today. We appreciate you joining us. Got a couple of things in the space realm to talk about. We've talked so much about Artemis II in the past few weeks, and with good reason, but we know that that was just the start of a number of future missions and progress today, visible progress on the Artemis III mission as part of the SLS rocket was loaded onto a barge and is now headed toward Kennedy Space Center. So joining us live now to talk about that and some other updates as well when it comes to space here in Florida. We've got Ken Kramer, who's the managing editor of Space Up Close, joining us live now via Zoom. Ken, always good talking with you. Thanks for joining us today.
Well, thanks for having me. And yes, it's a busy space day.
Yes, it is. And so let's start by talking about Artemis III and what this step is that happened just a little bit ago in New Orleans, and why this is a milestone and an important step in the next step toward Artemis III.
Yeah. You know, as we spoke, Artemis II just ended last weekend, and the next mission is hot on its heel. That's Artemis III. That was just announced actually a few weeks ago by the new NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman. That'll be an Earth orbiting mission instead of going to moon, but will also involve a crew. So what happened this morning is they rolled out the core stage from Michoud, which assembly facility, which is in New Orleans, and that's where they build the core stage. That's the orange part in the middle of the SLS rocket, and also from the space shuttle. It's a little longer for the SLS rocket. So that's rolling out. It's 4/5 of it, as they like to say. The engine section at the bottom that holds the 4 RS-25 engines will be attached here at the Kennedy Space Center. So that's going to be loaded onto the Pegasus barge that's been used for over 3 decades. and will come here and should arrive here 5, 6, 7 days, depending on the weather, and they'll offload it and put it into the vehicle assembly building and then finish the assembly.
Ken, for those wondering, why is this something that happens in multiple places like that? Why not just do it all at Kennedy Space Center?
Well, that's a good question. The parts for all space missions are assembled all across the country. That's actually, they're picking out the best contractors, hopefully. It also politically builds support. When you have components built in different states, then you have senators and representatives in each of those states and district. They have a vested interest in the program. Now, this is a common practice done throughout federal programs in the federal government. But in this case, as I said, most of SLS is derived from the space shuttle. So the space shuttle core stage was built in Michoud, New Orleans, about 10 hours, 12 hours drive from here. Solid rocket boosters are from Northrop Grumman. They build them in Utah. And the Orion capsule is built here, but it's built from pieces that get shipped in all across the country. And so I think that's a good idea because we want the whole country to support space and science. And then you have the best people in all the states getting educated. You really don't want to concentrate everything in just one area. That I think would be really poor because there are brilliant people throughout our country, and we want to make sure they have an opportunity to contribute.
And so that core stage going to be heading toward Kennedy Space Center on board that barge, and then, like you mentioned,
yes,
the assembly will continue here along Florida's Space Coast. But
right,
this is just, really just the next step for this Artemis III mission that, like you said, going to be coming up soon.
It's just really the very first step. You have to have the core stage built, attach the engines. They will then start actually assembling first the solid rocket boosters in segments, and they have to still come from Utah. They come by railroad, well over 1,000 miles. And they get built up, and then the core stage gets put in between, and then that all takes time. It takes many months of work, and then the Orion and the upper stage get put on top. So that'll happen in the VAB over the course of the next few months. But, it's not going to start right tomorrow or even in a week, but it'll start soon. And that will set up Artemis III to launch into low Earth orbit and test the human landers from hopefully both SpaceX and Blue Origin. They both have a lot of work to do. I think SLS and Orion will be ready next year sometime, but the human landers, that's another matter. They are really behind, and those contractors, SpaceX and Blue Origin, they really have to step it up. Isaacman's got to light a fire under them to get it done so that they can have the moon landings. But first, they want to have these prototype landers ready next year. Mid next year, I don't think that will happen, but hopefully by the end of next year or early 2028. All depends on the human landers. We can't do anything without the human landers, so that's really the long tent in the pole.
Yeah, I mean that was going to be my next point. Is that's the kind of the crucial part. The main purpose of that Artemis III mission is to test those, do those rendezvous with those landers. So you got to have those pieces.
That's right. We can have all the rockets we want. If we don't have the human landers, there's nothing the crew can do. They'd have to come up with a different mission, like maybe circling like Apollo 8. But I'm sure what he wants to do, and it is the right thing to do, is do something like was done in the Apollo program on Apollo 9, where they rendezvoused with the lunar lander before they sent it to the moon and did a test flight, even at the moon. And then Neil Armstrong landed on Apollo 11 and Buzz Aldrin. So it's a step-by-step approach, but it also increases the launch cadence, which is important, so people remember what they're doing and building up muscle memory, as Isaacman is saying. And you need that regular launch cadence to keep the crews practiced and really, remembering what they're doing, keep them in tip-top shape. So everybody wants this. We want a launch cadence. In Apollo, it was every 3 months. It's hard to believe now. And before this revised mission was added, it would have been 3.5 years till a lunar landing, and that is just way too long. People retire, you lose institutional knowledge, and it's hard to motivate people. So by having at least one a year, or maybe even every 10 months or so, you got people hopping and you got people excited. They want a goal. The people at NASA want this goal. So it's really great program. But the Congress and the president have to fund it, and that is another matter.
Now let's shift gears here a little bit and talk about Blue Origin. We know the FAA is looking into what went wrong with a New Glenn launch over the weekend, where it failed to put the satellites into the correct orbit. Can you kind of walk us through first what happened here with this launch?
Yeah, it was a beautiful launch. I just got back in time to see it from my lecture up in New York. And so it went off Sunday morning, just yesterday morning, just over 24 hours from now, and it went into the sky beautifully. It was a little bit delayed to make sure that everything was correct. And it soared southeast trajectory, carrying this giant communication satellite, 2,400-foot phased array antenna, one of the biggest ComSats ever put into orbit. And so the first stage worked great, and it landed. That was one goal. This is the first time they reused a booster, Blue Origin, and they actually landed it a second time on their Jacqueline drone ship just out by the Bahamas. So that's a fantastic accomplishment. But the whole purpose of the mission is to get the payload to orbit. And if you don't do that, then you failed. And so overall, sadly, this has to be classified as a launch failure, even though we saw a beautiful first stage launch. Why exactly it failed? They haven't been exactly open. We do know that there were two or three firings of the upper stage that were supposed to happen. The first one happened. Second one may not have happened. It might have cut out early or may not have even relit at all. We don't know. But to put it into a very low orbit, only about 100 miles, where it's supposed to go up a couple 100 miles. And so now it doesn't have the thrust capacity on board to raise it to a useful orbit. So it was put into a useless orbit, and it can't raise. And so what's going to happen is it's going to be deorbited and destroyed, basically. That's the fact. So no mission. That's a loss of at least hundreds of millions of dollars for AST Mobile. Their stock took a hit this morning because they are directly competing with SpaceX and Amazon Leo to provide, cell service and broadband service. This was going to be really exceptional, direct to your cell phone, how I'm speaking to you right now. And that would have been a major innovation. So this was going to be the second satellite, and others are in production and will be launched on other launch providers. But, it's a setback. It's a serious setback for Blue Origin, because we were just talking about going to the moon, right? NASA needs this rocket to send the human lander up to orbit and eventually rendezvous with Orion and land on the surface. So this rocket has not only commercial and military applications, but directly needed by NASA. They were going to launch an early version of their robotic lander that would go to the moon later this year, the Blue Moon Mark I, which you and I have talked about. And it's an evolved version of that, the Mark 1.5 or the Mark II, that would be the human lander. So this has tremendous consequences. And now the FAA has grounded the rocket, so they are stuck right now, and they have got to put a major effort, Blue Origin, into fixing what's wrong on the upper stage. Now, SpaceX has also had upper stage malfunctions in the last 2 years, but they were able to recover quickly. So we'll have to see how quickly Blue Origin recovers, but they have no choice but to recover quickly, but they must operate perfectly. This, space is not easy. It has to be just about 100% correct. Minor little things maybe can go wrong, but other than that, they have to be reliable and robust. And there's just no way around it.
And so what happens next? You mentioned that the FAA has grounded the rocket while this investigation continues. How does Blue Origin move forward now?
Well, they have to investigate what's wrong. They should bring in outside experts to figure out what's wrong. Previous two missions for New Glenn worked fine, but they have to see what went wrong. You know, they had to do some last minute uploading of data. Maybe something was transmitted wrong. I don't know. That's just pure speculation, but clearly something was wrong. It could be in the software or it could be in the hardware of the upper stage. We don't know. So what they do need to do is be open. And these companies are not very open, SpaceX and Blue Origin. They must be much more open. They're getting tax dollars from NASA and the military to send expensive satellites and astronauts and other commercial satellites to orbit and beyond. So they got a responsibility to the U.S. government, the taxpayers. They got to get it right. And so there has to be an investigation and thorough and figure out what's wrong, because we don't know what's wrong right now.
Right. What's the bottom line here, Ken?
Bottom line is the rocket is grounded, and that's really bad because, as I mentioned to you a moment ago, the next launch probably would have been that robotic lander, which in fact just came back from the Johnson Space Center where they did testing. And so it was going to be the next flight going to the South Pole of the moon with, NASA experiments on it, testing it out. And so that cannot proceed until they fix what's wrong. So they are dead in the water till they fix what's wrong. So that's why the consequence is severe. We have to hope that they figure it out soon. Hopefully it's something minor and not major, but we don't know. Could be a major failure. It could be a minor failure. We really don't know. But the loss of this satellite is very significant for AST Mobile.
All right. Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close. Always enjoy talking space with you. We appreciate you joining us today here on Fox 35 News Plus.
All right. Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Want to get you to Gainesville, where we are hearing from officials with the Gainesville Fire Rescue, the Florida Fire Service, and Alachua County Fire Rescue, giving some updates right now about the local wildfires and in the Alachua County and Gainesville areas. Hearing from agencies talking about their response efforts. So let's go ahead and listen in.
health-wise, then they should be in a different area. If that means staying with a friend or staying with a loved one, but not being in an area where there's heavy smoke conditions. At this time, we don't have any shelters established. We are ready if we should need to activate shelters to be able to do that, but we have not activated any shelters at this time. One last thing I wanted to add that I didn't mention. The county's been under a burn ban since November 17th. That's the longest burn ban that I can remember in my time as fire chief for the last 7 years. The last burn ban we issued prior to this year was in 2021. And so it just kind of gives everyone the idea that we are in extreme drought conditions. So there should be no open fires outdoors at all. You can have a cooking fire and a barbecue grill, but that's all. There shouldn't be any burning of trash or debris or yard waste. Even open pit burns should not be taking place right now. This is an extremely dangerous situation, very similar to the situation we had in 1998, where we had thousands of acres that burned along all towards the town of Waldo. And so it's a serious matter. We raised this concern in the fall of last year, working with the Florida Forest Service, seeing the drought-like conditions that we were looking at, and the prediction of dry winter. And so we are very concerned about it. I'm thankful that the city has called this press conference to be able to convey to the public how serious this matter is. So would keep everyone to please be cautious when you're outside and you're involved in any type of burn situations.
And I know Dr. Bond had mentioned that we'll be in these conditions for a while now. Is the county prepared if there are large-scale evacuations? I know you said shelters hadn't been established yet. What would that look like?
Yeah, so that's one reason why we established the local state of emergency now. It kind of pulls the trigger for us to activate our EOC at the drop of a hat. So once we activate our EOC and ramp up from different levels, we can activate the different types of things that we need to address the situation, whether it's calling in for more state resources, whether it's opening shelters, whether it's evacuations, those things we stand ready. Right now, I believe the city has activated at least an information center here. The county has not done that yet. We're participating here in this information, this JIT we call it, but we are ready if that should happen. We've identified specific locations that we would open up as shelters if need be, but a lot depends also on where that wildfire is taking place. And so we are prepared to do that.
On the topic of shelters, I know that people who are housed and they'll probably be adequately relocated, but for unhoused individuals or people in that area, I don't know if you guys have caught any word how evacuations ensue for that kind of population.
Sure, so that's actually happened. We have coordinated with some of our homeless population in these areas to be able to assist them to get out of the area. And we have a lot of different resources that we're able to offer and have been offered to that population both beforehand and during emergencies.
I'll cut it all off and yeah, sure.
One thing I do want to emphasize is the importance, as you've heard, in relying on official sources of information. There is countless ways to get information these days, but if you're looking for the most accurate, most up-to-date, most reliable information, you need to reach out, use the resources that we talked to today. Gainesville word of mouth is great for many things, but probably for emergency service updates, it's not the best source of information you should be using.
And also, thank you for that, because I wanted to mention the Florida Forest Service has a Facebook page called Florida Forest Service Waukesasa Forestry Center. It's not easy to spell, but I'm sure you'll find it. So Florida Forest Service Waukesasa Forestry Center. I post our fires there, and then I update as soon as I get new information and maps, etc., and other visuals. So Chief Diaz mentioned how Alachua County Fire Rescue has increased their response efforts. The Florida Forest Service has, as of last night. We are now at a fire readiness level 4 here in the Waukesasa Forestry Center area. We cover 5 counties: Levy, Gilchrist, Alachua, Marion, and Putnam counties. So that means we are also beefing up our response efforts for these fires. We throw everything we can, have it hard and fast, both from the ground. You've heard us describe all of the resources that come both from our firefighting partners and our law enforcement partners, and how critical that is to keep our citizens safe and try to get these fires under control. But we also fight them heavy from the air as well. And something to note, the Florida Forest Service has the second largest wildland firefighting aerial arsenal, if you will, or fleet in the nation, second to CAL FIRE. So we now have our fixed-wing aircraft, our helicopters, and a fleet of drones. We have 40 drones across the state. And they are used, yes, last night they were just up on the North Main Street fire, not only to map out the fire, but they have infrared capabilities. So they're flying our fires to make sure that our firefighters know where to focus their efforts, especially along the perimeter where those containment lines are that Chief D has mentioned, to try to make sure we're keeping those cool near the perimeter of the fire so that we don't get the fires jumping. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you all for coming. I appreciate it.
That news conference wrapping up there, hearing from officials in Gainesville, talking about the local wildfires, their response efforts as well. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us. Tracking breaking news this afternoon out of Southern California, where singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, now charged with first-degree murder in connection with the death of a teenager whose body was found inside his car, according to prosecutors. Prosecutors held a news conference just a little bit ago. You're going to hear from them coming up in just a little bit. We will have that for you coming up in a few minutes. But first, I want to play for you a hearing in Orange County earlier today, as we heard from from prosecutors and defense attorneys, the latest in the case of Jaylen Edgar, who is the suspect accused in the downtown Orlando shooting on Halloween night back in 2024. As I kind of set up a little bit ago, his trial was supposed to start in January, but was delayed. He wanted a new attorney, but a judge denied that motion of his. He did end up going through another mental evaluation, and so today was in court for a status hearing where a new trial date was set.
Mr. Edgar is present. The court has requested this status hearing. I have received and reviewed a 20-page report authored by Dr. Bennett. Mr. George, have you had an opportunity to review that report?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Barrett?
Yes, Your Honor.
Right, thanks. matter is going to be returned to the trial docket. This contemplates a number of jurors being summoned, and generally that's a 6 to 8 week lead time to get the requisite number of jurors summons for jury duty. I also have one case that unfortunately is going to have priority over this case. I have a death penalty case beginning in the middle of June, and it will continue through the middle of July. So I have taken a look at my calendar, and I'm going to ask that the parties please do the same. I am anticipating that I would begin jury selection on August 17th. Mr. George, are you aware of any potential conflicts?
No, Your Honor. Actually, I was going to suggest exactly that date, for my schedule anyway.
Understood. Mr. Barrett?
I don't have any conflict, Judge, and I was going to suggest I have a death penalty trial in July. That's going to take up most of July. So.
Right. All right. I understand that this is a number of months away. When the case was reset, obviously, it has to be meshed back into the court's calendar, the party's calendar, and we have to have the requisite time to summons the amount of jurors that will be necessary for jury selection. So absent some change in circumstance, and I will coordinate that with the parties. If there's an opportunity to advance the cause, we will begin jury selection on August 17th, 2026 at 9 a.m. Mr. George, anything further?
Your Honor, the state anticipates calling approximately 21 witnesses. A lot of those are civilian witnesses. Would it be prudent to set a status hearing, or would you like me just to ask for a status hearing if I run into problems during this time period?
I'm happy to set a status hearing. I mean, the matter was on the eve of trial when it was unfortunately delayed, and we've accomplished, or at least had a report generated pursuant to that delay. I'm happy to set a status hearing if requested by the parties, if you guys run into an issue. I am setting aside 2 weeks for the trial. Do you think that will be the requisite?
Yes, Judge.
Time frame, Mr. Barrett?
Yes, Your Honor, that should be sufficient.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Barrett, anything further on behalf of the defense?
No, just the same arguments I made previously about the NGI defense. I understand the court's ruling.
Understood. All right. I will entertain motions as they come to the court. Dates have been given, and we will be in recess. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
So a trial date now set August 17th, when jury selection going to begin in the trial of Jaylen Edgar. You heard them say that the state will have about 20 witnesses. You saw some of the video from that chaotic night, the shooting that happened in the early morning hours of November 1st of 2024, when there were a lot of folks downtown. So that trial is scheduled for later this summer, and we will have more coverage of that for you when that does begin. Right now, we're going to take another quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, going to take you to that news conference in Los Angeles, California, where we learned more about the charges against singer David in connection with the death of a 14-year-old girl. So keep it right here. We'll have that for you in just a couple of minutes.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Weimer here, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. We did just a few minutes ago hear from prosecutors in Los Angeles, California, talking about singer David, whose real name is David Anthony Burke, who is now charged with first-degree murder in connection with the death of a 14-year-old girl whose dismembered body was found inside his car. David now faces a potential max sentence if convicted, of life without parole or even the death penalty. Here's prosecutors speaking just moments ago in a news conference detailing what we know about this case.
Before I get into the description of these charges and their seriousness, I want to look at this as a parent. I am a parent of 3 children, and a parent's nightmare is a situation where your daughter goes out one night and never comes back. As we will show in a court of law, and what I also want to make sure about that the understanding of these charges is clear, is my description of these charges is not evidence that we are going to present in court. These charges, in fact, will not be evidence in the court. Evidence will be the witness testimony, the documents, and different types of admissible testimony that we will admit into court in the prosecution, and if it leads to the eventual trial of Mr. Burke, to convince a jury of 12 people beyond a reasonable doubt that each and every one of these charges is true, as well as the special allegations and circumstances that have been alleged. Now, back to this being a parent's nightmare. On April 23, 2025, as been alleged by the complaint, Celeste, a 14-year-old at that time, went to Mr. Burke's house in the Hollywood Hills. She was never heard from again. On September 8, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, Miss Celeste remains, her dismembered and decomposed remains were found in 2 bags inside of a front trunk of a car registered to Mr. Burke. Thereafter began an investigation. The investigation was to determine who killed, who murdered Celeste months and months before. That investigation was carried out in unison and in partnership between the LAPD's Robbery Homicide Division and the District Attorney's Office. At every point in the investigation, through the arrest and the filing of charges, the LAPD and the District Attorney's Office have worked in lockstep. There's been no disagreements amongst these entities in deciding how to proceed with this case, ultimately leading to these charges today. So what you have as well with these charges is that, again, there are 3 sets of charges that have been brought. The first-degree murder with special circumstances, and again, those special circumstances are lying in wait. That Celeste went to Mr. Burke's home on the night of April 23, 2025, as alleged in the complaint, at his invitation, and again, was not heard from again. The second is a special circumstance being that this murder was committed for financial gain. As the evidence will show in court, the financial gain was for Mr. Burke to maintain his very lucrative musical career that Celeste was threatening on that particular night. The third charge, in addition to lying in wait and for financial gain, is murdering a witness to an investigation. In this particular case, as the evidence will come out in court, the witness to the investigation was Celeste. And the investigation was into the lewd and lascivious sexual acts committed by Mr. Burke that is the subject of count 2 of this complaint with Celeste while she was under 14 years old. I had the chance to meet with some of the family members of Celeste, and their grief is incalculable as to what happened to their daughter. What they have demanded, what we have assured them that the district attorney's office working with LAPD would give them is the idea, is the proof beyond a reasonable doubt on who killed their daughter, on how their daughter was killed, when their daughter was killed, and bring that killer to justice. That killer that we have now charged is David Anthony Burke. We will have questions after I speak and Chief McDonald speaks. At this point, I invite Chief McDonald to speak.
Thank you very much. Good morning, and thank you all for being here. I want to begin by expressing my deepest condolences to the parents of Celeste Rivas. No parent or any human being should have to endure what you've gone through. Today, alongside D.A. Hockman and our partners at the L.A. County District Attorney's Office, and thanks to the tireless and hard work of our investigators at the LAPD, we're announcing the arrest and prosecution of David Burke for the murder of 14-year-old Celeste Rivas. Throughout the 7-month investigation, this department has faced criticism for how we handled the case and for our decision not to provide details. I want to be clear about something. My duty is not to fuel speculation, it's to deliver justice, and that requires patience and discipline on everybody's part. This investigation was driven by a single purpose: to secure justice for Celeste Rivas and for those who loved her. We had to be certain that nothing we did or said would ever jeopardize this case. Ms. Rivas was a reported runaway from Riverside County. During the course of our investigation, detectives learned that she had been involved in a sexual relationship with Mr. Burke when she was a minor and he was an adult. On April 23, 2025, Ms. Rivas arrived at Mr. Burke's home in the Hollywood Hills. That's the last time she was known to be alive. On September 8, 2025, Ms. Rivas's dismembered and badly decomposed body was discovered in the front trunk of Mr. Burke's impounded Tesla. From that moment forward, our investigators faced an extraordinary, difficult, and complex case. The condition of her remains delayed the medical examiner's ability to be able to determine cause of death. The substantial amount of time that passed between her death and the discovery meant that crucial evidence had degraded or disappeared. And as detectives worked to uncover the truth, they also had to sift through and debunk a great deal of false information circulating publicly. These challenges were real, and they required patience, precision, and an unwavering commitment to the facts. Despite these obstacles, and despite intense public pressure, our Robbery Homicide Division detectives remained steadfast in their duties. They recovered and analyzed a substantial amount of digital and forensic evidence. They stayed focused, disciplined, and committed to uncovering the truth. Their work, in close collaboration with the District Attorney's Office, has brought us to this moment today. I want to thank the District Attorney and his team, as always, for their partnership. This case demanded coordination, persistence, and a shared commitment to justice. Also, thank you to our media partners for showing up today and for sharing this important message with the public. And finally, to Ms. Rivas's family, we cannot undo the pain you are feeling. Our hope is that today brings some measure of accountability and a step in the journey toward healing. Please know that the Los Angeles Police Department remains fully committed to seeking justice on behalf of your daughter. Thank you.
So at this point, we'll take questions.
Anything more you can tell us about the fact that she was a witness in the pending investigation, that she reported the abuse, who was doing that investigation?
The details of the allegations that have made, particularly with that special circumstance, will be produced in court.
Did you determine cause of death and the difficulty it was to determine both the manner, cause, and date?
So with respect to the coroner's report, we will be seeking quite quickly to provide an order to the court that now allows the coroner to release that report to the public.
Do you believe that he acted from the BBC between the finding of the body of Celeste's body or her remains? Why has it taken so long for an arrest to be made?
I think the police chief got it right. that in a situation where you don't have an eyewitness account, or we can't point to a video that shows the killer killing someone, you have to go through the very rigorous and thorough investigation to look at all the digital and forensic evidence. You have to speak with witnesses, often who are cooperative and some who are not cooperative, in order to obtain all the information necessary to decide who did what, when, how, and what their mental state was at the time. That is what we've been doing over the last, between September 8th, roughly, and today when we bring these charges on April 20th. So again, it's a type of case that you want to make sure you get maximum information. And by the way, if there's anyone out there that has material information about this particular murder or any other actions taken by Mr. Burke, please come forward to the Los Angeles Police Department, come forward to the LA County DA's office, and report that information.
Mr. Hoffman, there were other people who were aware of this relationship. Is it possible that you will be arresting other people within his circle, and did he act alone in this death?
Again, with respect to whether or not there's any other individuals or we're going to take any other actions, you will know about them if we do, but at this point I'm not commenting.
Do you believe that you know how she was killed, beyond it being homicide? The actual cause of death?
The coroner's report will be released shortly. Because it is not currently released, I'm not going to be commenting.
But was it determined, not that, if you won't say what it was, but has it been determined how she was killed, beyond it being homicide?
The coroner has made a determination on how Celeste died, and at the point that the coroner's report becomes public, we'll be able to comment on it.
Was there a specific breakthrough last week? Is there physical evidence that ties David to this murder?
There is physical evidence and there is forensic and digital evidence that we intend to present in court to prove these charges beyond a reasonable doubt.
Only a couple more questions.
Yes.
Your investigation, and just to his question, are you able to tell us exactly what the smoking gun is? And also, if you can address the issue of his visit to Santa Barbara, and that, how does it connect with the murder?
So with respect to the actual details of the evidence we're going to be presenting in court, I'm not going to do that today. As far as the concept of a smoking gun, the smoking gun is the totality of the evidence that we're going to bring to prove any case, whether it's this case or any case, beyond a reasonable doubt.
Is there any evidence that he abused other underage girls that being investigated?
An investigation is ongoing. If information comes forward on any, with respect to any additional crimes, we will certainly investigate it.
One more question. One more.
There's been so much discussion about the difficulties in this case, the chief talked about it as well. What makes you confident you can prove these allegations?
What makes us confident is the totality of the evidence that has been obtained by the LAPD robbery homicide, by the work that the district attorney's office has done, that has led us to the point where we believe we can prove each and every one of these three charges and the special circumstances and the special allegation beyond a reasonable doubt.
Disturbing allegations against the singer David in connection with that case, now charged with first-degree murder, and you heard the prosecutor say that they are confident in the evidence they have, some of it physical evidence, forensic evidence as well, that they will be presenting in court for that. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. The Stanley Cup playoffs are underway in the National Hockey League, and it was a rough start yesterday for the Tampa Bay Lightning, who dropped Game 1 in the first round of the playoffs in their series against the Montreal Canadiens. They lost 4-3 in overtime, and a game that they really probably should have won, and in some ways had jumped out to an early lead, and then kind of blew that. Had some mistakes, some things that went wrong. We heard from head coach John Cooper and defenseman Ryan McDonough after the game, who talked about what went wrong and how they're going to fix it before Game 2 in Tampa.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the opportunities that we gave them, the number of penalties we took is, not a recipe for success, regular season or playoffs. So they were able to, run a lot of plays and feel the puck out there. And certainly PK's got to step up and do a better job.
What did you learn about their power play tonight?
They don't need much to create offensive chance. So you've got to be real sharp in your details and try to play faster than them.
What are you going to have to do to get Slavkovsky off his game in Game 2?
Well, obviously, I think start with not putting him on the power play. You ask any top player, they like feeling the puck and making things happen with that extra time and space. So just keep playing them hard all over the ice.
You guys were the most penalized team in the regular season. Playoffs, is it always kind of a feel for how the games are going to be called? Do you have to feel that out at the start of the series?
I mean, I don't know. We're a pretty accountable group here, and the types of penalties that we took tonight are pretty much unacceptable. I think a handful of them in the offensive zone, 200 feet away from our net. So if it's a good penalty, that's one thing, but I don't think any of them tonight were good. So that's not great on our part.
Is there an extra challenge to stay disciplined though when it's so chippy between the two teams, and it has been for going back to the regular season?
Yeah, no, I mean, the chippiness is going to be there all series. It's, the stick penalties and fractions and high stick stuff that, like I said, that's what you got to be accountable for. And, they're all penalties that the refs had to call. So we've got to do a better job.
And how do you attack this next game where, it's been a while since you guys won at home, overtime wins? How do you stop the thought process of it's the same old story?
No, I mean, we should come in with a little piss and vinegar here, and obviously they deserve to win tonight. So, look in the mirror here as a group and come back with a better effort overall.
So, John, you were asked the question before the game about finding that line between aggression and not taking a cross, and it ends up being the kind of difference. Like, did you have a problem with the penalties? Did you have a problem with the way your team approached the game?
No, I had a problem with us. I mean, come on, we took 4 offensive zone penalties. You just look at them. I mean, that's not over aggression. That was like stupidity in a lot of them. So that was on us. That was a game that we just gave them an opportunity to win. And this is the Stanley Cup playoffs. This isn't Game 62. So that is extremely disappointing in the way we, conducted ourselves in the amount of penalties we took. Now let's be honest. We go 3 for 6, whatever it was. So if you're going to kill penalties off at 50%, then you're probably not going to last very long. But if you're killing penalties off at 50% when you only give up 2, so it's 1 for 2, okay, well maybe you can survive, but you can't let that happen. So that's on us. There's no excuses, nothing.
Coop, Dominic James' first game in a while. He leaves and then comes back. What can you say?
Yeah, got the scare. And he got through it and came back. Don't want to say that was the best thing that could have happened to him, but probably was the best thing that could have happened to him. So, because as that game went on, he got better and better. So, great to see him back, just for him and experience, and he's a super kid. So that was good.
Yeah, John, your players yesterday had talked a lot about really wanting to set the tone in this series after falling behind the Florida 2 years in a row in Game 1. Obviously, this is different than a year ago in terms of this being an overtime game, flipping a coin, but still now having to chase. I mean, how frustrating is that?
Listen, game ones are game ones. I've been a part of series where we've won them and lost the series, lost them, won the series, and everything in between. So that isn't as much a concern as what, how we lost it. And so if that's going to be the way we keep going, then this series may not go as long as we thought. Now, do I think we've got better in us? I do. There's some good things to be taken from tonight, but it was, ultimately we're down 1-0, and now we got to win, 4 of the next 6. So, there's been taller tasks. I've been in series where we've lost the first 2 and come back and win. So it's, this isn't, this is by no means do or die or anything, but sitting here 15 minutes after a game, you're a little, ticked off. So.
And so the Lightning drop game 1 in that series, game 2 scheduled for tomorrow evening, also at Benchmark International Arena in Tampa. And the Lightning really need to win that one. I know you heard Coach Cooper say not do or die or anything at this point, but this is one of those really intriguing, maybe the most intriguing of the first round matchups in the Stanley Cup playoffs right now, just because of how evenly matched these two teams are when you look at their regular season records, when you look at how they finished the regular season. So it's going to be really interesting to see kind of how things play out with that. And so to that end, after losing game 1 the way they did, you really need, if you're a Lightning fan, really need them to show up and play that full game, not make some of those mental mistakes that they did, and hope for a win in game 2. Speaking of game 2, let me give you a live look right now in Detroit, Michigan, where the Magic, the number 8 seed Magic, last night upset the number 1 seed Detroit Pistons in their game last night. First game of the first round of the playoffs after the Magic advanced after winning in the play-in games. And so big win for the Magic. They will play again in Detroit on Wednesday, and so that will be their next chance. The Pistons were the favorite in game 1. They're the favorite again in game 2, so we'll see what the Magic can do. We had the chance just a little bit ago to speak with independent reporter Sean Green about that game last night and whether it's a positive sign for this team. I mean, we've been waiting for the Magic to kind of turn things around and turn things up. What a performance yesterday, really from start to finish, for them to win that game in the first round of the playoffs. Still a long way to go, and we'll see what happens next. But you'll hear from Sean coming up in just a little bit. He kind of gives us his breakdown, his take on where things stand. But certainly an encouraging start. These are 7-game series, so in the NHL and also in the NBA, and so there's obviously a lot that can still happen. But a positive sign for the Magic in their game, or in their series. Well, right now we are getting ready to take a break here on Fox 35 News Plus, as we do every day at this time. We are going to welcome in our TV audience at the top of the hour and talk about some things, including the latest with the governor's race. Exciting and interesting things happening today. So stay tuned for that on the other side.
Florida Live starts now.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and also on Fox 35 TV. If you're just joining us, we appreciate you tuning in this afternoon. We have been live streaming the last 3 hours, been covering a lot of ground as well, and talking a lot today about the governor's race because the gloves are now off. Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins holding a news conference in St. Pete earlier today where he doubled down, saying that he is not dropping out of the governor's race, despite speculation on social media that he would be doing that soon, and also leveling some accusations against his fellow Republican, Byron Donalds, who is the perceived front runner in this race, and beginning by leveling some negative words, some attacks, if you will, against Byron Donalds and some of his past policy positions, and saying that the Republicans here in the state of Florida are at risk of losing the election if Donalds is the GOP nominee. Take a listen to a little bit of what he had to say.
Polling indicates a serious risk of David Jolly becoming the next governor of Florida if Byron is the Republican nominee. I have 10 fingers and 5 toes. I understand that math wins, believe me. It's not lost on me. This is not a risk that we can afford to take here in Florida, and it's why these issues matter. Now, I'm sure you've all heard the rumors and the chatter surrounding his conduct. We all have. What I know is often when you see smoke, there are embers, or there are fire. But the record that is already out there shows a heck of a lot of smoke, and it's always been there. Byron Donalds' closest advisor, a man that he calls his brother, was arrested for sexual assault of a minor and later pleaded guilty to assaulting another woman and was charged with multiple other violent felonies. Those are the people he chooses to have around him. Byron promised to be upfront about his criminal record, and instead, he disclosed only a third-degree felony for financial crimes, but left out the more serious second-degree felony, which in some cases carries up to 15 years in prison. Years later, he admitted he wasn't just possessing drugs. When Jim DeFeeti called him out, he admitted to selling them. Byron Donalds sold drugs to people, to children, and now he believes he's fit to be the governor of the state of Florida. He has flip-flopped on issues like a fish out of water. All of this is already out there. You can Google this right now. The media has it, but I wrestled with whether we should have a press conference like this. And where I landed was simple. These issues get talked about now, or they get talked about in October. We cannot risk this state falling and having Jolly as our next governor.
Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins talking about some of the thinking as well, the thought process that led to that news conference that he held earlier today in St. Pete. Joining us live to talk about this and what it means now for the rest of this Republican primary campaign for governor is John Hanley, UCF professor or UCF political science lecturer, joining us live now. And John, always good talking with you. We appreciate you joining us this afternoon here on Florida Live.
Good afternoon, Garrett.
First, let me get your take on what we heard. Some interesting accusations that were leveled by the lieutenant governor, and also from reporters there say they were handed a 13-page printed dossier of what was labeled as Byron Donalds' liabilities in this race, kind of laid out there. What do you make of what we saw today from the Collins campaign and Lieutenant Governor Collins?
Well, there's a famous Ronald Reagan quote that he says, the 11th commandment is that thou shalt not criticize another Republican. So, Collins is down in the polls. His fundraising has not been very impressive in this race. And so he clearly sees a need to shake things up. And he's, attacking the person who's the front runner in the race, Donalds. Will these attacks build him some momentum? Will there be voters questioning Donalds? That remains to be seen. When you have a candidate, especially who's fairly low in the polls and not well known, are they going to be able to attract the kind of attention that will lead to that scrutiny? It's a big question.
For Collins and this decision to do this, to go negative in this way and try to, as you said, kind of shake things up here, is there a risk with that? Or when you see these poll numbers in the GOP primary, is he kind of at the point where there's really nothing to lose?
Well, there's always a risk. I think if you're in a race like this, and it might have been a mistake to get in the race, you might lose. The question is, are you going to lose gracefully and preserve an ability to continue to be an elected office holder in Florida or to run for higher office in the future? Or are you going to go down swinging and give it the best shot that you have? And there's one philosophy that says that you fight with everything you've got. There's another philosophy that says you live to fight another day, and it looks like Collins, at least for right now, is going to stand and fight.
And I'm curious as well from the Byron Donalds campaign position of things here. When they have a 40-point lead in the primary, how do they handle this, do you think?
Well, it will be interesting to watch. They don't necessarily need to respond very forcefully. They are ahead in the polls. They don't need to necessarily give Collins the sort of attention that he's looking for in this race. And so, there might be some response, but I doubt that Donald's headquarters is looking at this and saying that this represents a considerable challenge.
I do want to bring up the polling of a hypothetical matchup in the general between Byron Donalds and David Jolly that we heard the Lieutenant Governor kind of reference their recent polling from Emerson College, showing it 44 to 39% within the margin of error, I believe, in that poll. And so if you are one of the other Republican candidates, whether it's Paul Renner, James Fishback, whatever the case may be, and you kind of see Jay Collins now coming out against with the forceful words against the front runner in this, does this create an opening, whether even if it's not for Jay Collins, another line of attack against the front runner in this race, or what do you think we see as this continues to move forward?
It's possible that you could see, a couple of the other candidates, would probably be Renner at this point. Fishback appears to have his own more pressing legal issues that are probably occupying his time. So yes, there is some possibility to get involved in this. There's also, room to say that, you're not going to take that same position as Collins. And so that could be another approach that particularly Renner takes. Try to stay above it all and hope that the other two take one another out.
And for Republicans watching this, just talk to us a little bit about the kind of theory here when it comes to going negative. It's something that we hear. People don't always like the mudslinging. They don't. They say they don't like these things, but these still are attacks in many cases that can be effective in some ways.
Going negative works. I think that's what the literature and the findings are, the empirical findings. It is for many people going to be a new piece of information about Donalds. It may lead them to question whether he should be the candidate in this race. On the other hand, however, we have seen an evolution in politics over the last couple of decades, and in the last decade in particular, where voters don't necessarily expect candidates to be squeaky clean. There have been a lot of allegations levied against Donald Trump, and it hasn't really shaken Republican support for him, especially when the chips are down. And so Republicans may look at this and say, well, it may not matter that much if there are these allegations against Donalds. It may also lead them to discount allegations against a candidate because they've gotten used to that process and to not caring about what's being said about someone that they support.
And so do you think we will see more of this? Do you think this GOP primary is about to get messy, or how do you see this kind of playing out moving forward?
It's possible that Collins, may have some runway to work with, that he's going to bring these allegations more vociferously, that he's kind of hinted at them about Donalds, and I think he said, there are people have talked about Donalds. That's far cry from saying anything that's not already in the media about Donalds. So it could go in that direction. It could be that, however, this doesn't gain any traction, and what we see is Collins, being eased out of this race if this doesn't catch fire.
Last thing I'll ask you here, and it's the Trump effect, and we've talked about it time and time again, but President Trump has endorsed Byron Donalds in this race, and we've seen polls that show it boosts Donald's numbers in the Republican primary when that specific kind of fact is given to the people being polled. And so I'm curious what headwinds that poses for Jay Collins, who is trying to kind of trying to shake things up here when you are going up against a candidate with that Trump endorsement already.
Sure, Trump is enormous in the Republican Party. He's it's like a supernova in Florida Republican circles. But Donalds' lead in endorsements is much broader than Trump. He has tons of support among the Florida congressional delegation. He has tons of support within other elected officials in Florida, among business personalities. So, by contrast, Collins has very little establishment support. So, unless that changes significantly, unless there's, something really bad that comes out about Donalds, given the amount of time until the election, the primary is in August, it's very much Donalds' race, and not much, I think, changes as a result of what Collins said today.
UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, we appreciate you joining us, appreciate your perspective, and thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today.
Thank you, Garrett.
I should note we have reached out to the Byron Donalds campaign. We've not seen any statements or anything like that yet responding to some of what Jay Collins said today, but we will let you know if something does come in. We are going to take a break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area today. I want to bring in Nancy Gay, the Fox 13 senior content producer, joining us live now from their newsroom in Tampa. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. We're going to begin today up in Wesley Chapel, where officials have identified a pilot who was killed yesterday morning when his plane crashed into the Grand Oaks subdivision. Now, the Pasco County Sheriff's Office says that pilot was 59-year-old Michael Bailey, and they also said that he was the only person on board the Cessna 401B when it crashed yesterday morning. Now, while the plane did damage one home, officials say nobody on the ground was injured. A neighbor who witnessed the incident noted that the plane appeared to be in good mechanical condition before it went down. Residents in the area praised the pilot for his actions, calling him a hero for navigating the aircraft between several homes and to avoid causing further damage. Neighbors also expressed concern over what they describe as a pattern of plane crashes in the area, noting that this is at least the fourth incident in the neighborhood over the past few years. Now, we do have to note that this neighborhood is in very close proximity to an executive airport. Now, the cause of this crash is still under investigation. The Federal Aviation Administration, as well as the National Transportation Safety Board, are investigating this crash to find out, what happened, what caused this plane to crash in this Wesley Chapel neighborhood. Garrett, as of right now, it is still being investigated. And while we do now know the identity of the pilot who was killed, the big question still remains, why did this plane crash?
Yeah, and certainly a tragedy, but could have been a whole lot worse. When you see those homes inside that neighborhood, you're talking about a lot of homes there, and concerning for these neighbors, regardless of how close they are to the airport. There have been so many incidents, several of these incidents and close calls over the past few years. That has to be concerning.
Yeah, it's definitely concerning. And again, the residents that we talked with, they're obviously very concerned about the number of plane crashes that have happened in this neighborhood over the past few years, but they are praising the actions of this pilot. Again, he has been identified as 59-year-old Michael Bailey, because they're saying that he navigated the plane to actually crash in between. It was about 3 homes that were in close proximity to each other. Mm-hmm. Again, he missed crashing into those homes directly, even though one home did suffer some damage. I mean, this could have been a whole lot worse if he hadn't navigated that plane to crash in between those homes. So they are praising him. They're calling him a hero. Again, he was the only person on board that plane and the only person who was killed in this plane crash.
Next in our Tampa Connection, I know you're learning more about a shooting at an arcade in Manatee County.
Yes, this happened this morning around 5:45 in the morning at the Mega Arcade that's on US 41 South, also known as the Tamiami Trail. Now, deputies say a masked gunman entered the business and began demanding cash from customers. Investigators say one customer refused to comply and actually got into a struggle with the suspect, who then shot the victim several times at close range. Now, during the robbery, the arcade manager went into a back office that was under the suspect's orders. Now, the suspect ordered her to go into that back office to get more cash, but instead of grabbing cash, she grabbed a gun and fired it one time at the suspect. The gunman was not hit by the bullet, but deputies say he immediately fled the scene and he remains on the run. The victim was rushed to a nearby hospital where he has since undergone surgery. However, we do not have any update as far as what his condition is. Now, the Manatee County Sheriff's Office say that they are looking for the suspected gunman, who they're just describing as a black man who was about 6 feet tall. Detectives believe that the suspect specifically targeted this arcade due to the large amount of cash that is normally kept inside the building, especially because it was so early in the morning. Now, anybody who has any information that could help identify this suspect, they are asked to call the Manatee County Sheriff's Office at 941-747-3011. Of course, anybody who wants to remain anonymous and be eligible for a cash reward can call Crime Stoppers. Garrett?
All right, and finally, Nancy, not the start to the Stanley Cup playoffs that the Lightning wanted. A tough loss yesterday, but still seeing a lot of fans out showing their support at the start of this, the playoffs for the Lightning.
Yes, it was definitely a tough loss, but it was definitely not for a lack of enthusiasm amongst the fans. Fans filled the arena, and not just inside the arena, they also filled the surrounding fan zones, including Thunder Alley. Now, the Lightning and the Canadiens opened up their series with a nail-biting matchup that ultimately ended in a narrow win for Montreal. Now, the return of star defenseman Victor Hedman gave fans hope heading into the night, but it was not enough to secure a victory. However, outside of the arena, that's Thunder Alley, it was packed with fans enjoying a full playoff atmosphere with live music, giveaways, and an appearance from team mascot Thunderbug. Longtime fans showed up in full force, many continuing personal traditions. One fan said she's worn the same jersey all season for good luck, and she has not yet washed it. Others shared deep personal ties to the team, including a local teacher who once worked for the Lightning and now brings that passion into her classroom. But not all of the energy was blue. Canadian fans traveled from afar, including a father and son who flew in from Costa Rica, embracing the rare combination of playoff hockey and Florida weather. Now, despite the loss, fans remain hopeful, pointing to Hedman's return and confidence in the team's defense and goaltending as reasons for their optimism moving forward. Now, before the puck dropped, the organization honored U.S. Army Reserve Major Cody Cork of Polk County. He was killed last month in the Middle East. His family was recognized on the ice in a moment that brought the entire crowd together. Now, the Lightning, they are looking to bounce back against the Canadiens in Game 2, which is scheduled for tomorrow night right here in Tampa. Garrett?
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us for our Tampa connection and hoping for that Bolts win tomorrow night.
Yes, go Bolts.
All right, Nancy, thanks. Got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren joining me now. And speaking of bolts, the last thing we need is lightning to spark up any fires around our area, because all the other conditions are concerning for that right now.
Not as dry today as it's going to be tomorrow. So the threat today for fires is higher to our north, but tomorrow is the day that we're watching for us, where there's probably going to be a pretty elevated threat for some wildfires. So because of that, we've made tomorrow a storm team alert, and tomorrow is a day where the winds are going to be so gusty and the air is going to be so dry that fires can not just start, but they can spread rapidly and uncontrollably. So we do expect there to be fire weather warnings issued for Central Florida tomorrow. We've been tracking this really since last week. I think it was Wednesday of last week that we first mentioned this, that there'd be low humidity and high winds on Tuesday. All right, so we've got fire weather alerts for today, but they're going to be expanded as we head into tomorrow. And tomorrow is the day where the fire weather risk is highest. When we're talking about forecasting fires, it's about the humidity being under a certain percent, which is about 35, and the wind being over 15. Today we've got the wind, but we don't have the humidity. The air is drier up around Gainesville, Tallahassee, Panama City, and Jacksonville. As we go into tomorrow, the sun will come out, the air gets drier, and that's really the day that if we're going to have fires that spread uncontrollably here, we're going to. Now, we had evacuations yesterday. We were on the late news last night covering it. We had evacuations in the Gainesville area and throughout Alachua County. Those were lifted, but there's still some really serious fires around Marion County, Alachua, then up over towards Putnam County and Duval County. That could be something we see tomorrow. And again, dry field, dry ground, relative humidity under 35%, and also the wind over 15. Those are the key things we look for to be able to pick out a day where wildfires are going to be really conducive. Now, if you're wondering when is this going to be done with talking about in the news, probably not for a while. It'll be predicated upon when the rainy season starts. Some years the rainy season starts early May. Some years it's the middle or end of June. And by the rainy season, that's when it's raining every afternoon. There's pop-up thunderstorms, pop-up downpours, which obviously peak in July and August when we get those pretty big daily downpours scattered about, and they vary in location day to day. But there can be a big variance. Again, some years the rainy season starts as early as the 1st of May, which is really not that far away. Some years it's towards the end of June. But there's no sign anytime soon of the rainy season starting here, so it's going to be a while until we get some relief. Now, tomorrow, just picking out some more localized counties, and towns. It looks like the areas shaded in red are going to have the highest wildfire threat because the ground is the driest. There's been the least rain, the winds are the highest, and the humidity is lowest. In terms of where the fire threat's lowest tomorrow, it's in the yellow from Brevard County down to the eastern Osceola, where there was a lot of rain about 2 weeks ago, you may remember. We covered it. There was about 6 inches of rain, so that helped saturate the ground a little bit, and the humidity won't be quite as low in those places as it is in the rest of the area. But the other story is the drop in temperature. It's only in the mid-70s out there right now. We were at 90 for a good part of the weekend, and there's the latest drought monitor. Notice that little wedge of just moderate drought from like Cocoa Beach to Disney World. That's largely because of the rain we had 2 weeks ago. Then once you get up north of Orlando, it's extreme, then towards exceptional drought. So tomorrow is the day, Garrett, we will watch that. Hopefully, this time tomorrow, we don't have to report on fires that have started, because if they do start on a day like tomorrow, they can spread really fast and be really difficult to contain. Now, the good news is that later this week, the humidity will come up. Okay. So hopefully that'll squash the threat. But look, the ground is so dry. Any day that there's wind at this point, there can be fires. It's just a matter, is it a really high threat like tomorrow, or a threat like it will be later in the week? But there's been a lot of fires up and around Gainesville and Tallahassee and Jacksonville. Like one of them is 2,000 acres now. So it's going to be something that we hope goes away soon, but I don't think we've seen the end of this in the news quite yet.
All right. Fox 35 Storm Team Meteorologist Noah Bergeron, appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I'm Garrett Weimer, and thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon. It is 2:30. Thanks for joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35. We're learning more about an Amtrak train that was stopped on the tracks for hours in Volusia County, stranding folks for a while there, and still not going to be able to make it to their final destinations because of those brush fires that we were just talking about with Noah. Going to bring in Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who is joining us live now via Zoom. Marie, you've been looking into this today. I know you've also talked with some folks who were on board that train. What's the situation here?
So the situation is that people are not getting where they intended to go. A lot of people are feeling stranded. Still, there are a few people at this Amtrak station, even a few hours after it got here, just trying to figure out what they're going to do. The train was going from Miami to New York. It left around 7 a.m. yesterday, and it was picking up people along the way. So some folks got on in West Palm, some folks got on in Orlando. So the amount of time people spend on the train varies, but for most people, they were there for around 24 hours on that train, some more, some a little bit less. They got to Palatka, and then while they were there, they stopped. They were told that there were brush fires in the area that was going to make it dangerous for them to pass, and people said they could see the smoke from the train. And so they stopped there for a while. They were told you can get off in Palatka if you'd like. They went back to the station there, but then they were told, well, this area is being evacuated, so if you are going to get off, we can't help you there. So most people who were intending to get off there and just figure out what they're going to do from there wound up getting back on. The train was stuck there for several hours, and eventually Amtrak decided that it was going to bring people back to their normal destinations, their original destination, so it was headed back south. Overnight, around 4 a.m, they got to an area only about a half mile from the DeLand station, and the train just stopped on the tracks. It was there until right around, I want to say 11:30 in the morning. It was just stuck there. People were getting pretty stir crazy. Paramedics wound up having to come on board. I have not verified with the fire department the reason for that, but several people told me that it was a woman suffering just an elevated heart rate. She'd had a pacemaker put in pretty recently, they said. I also talked with another family who said their baby got a fever while on this trip. And so this was a stressful time. The sheriff's office wound up coming on board for a little bit. People wanted to leave. When they woke up and saw that they had not moved in several hours, and that was after already having stopped for several hours before, they wanted to disembark and just hoof it over to the train station in DeLand. Again, it was only about a half mile down the tracks, and they figured they'd figure out where to go from there. But Amtrak on board told people that they were not allowed to leave from there, that they would be arrested, they could be trespassed, they could never come on another Amtrak again. So most people wound up choosing to stay because of those threats. I did talk with a couple people who wound up leaving and just decided they would take the risk. And they are back home now, so they're faring a little bit better. As for everyone else, the train did finally make it to the station in DeLand. A lot of people got off. Amtrak said they would bring people back to their original destinations if that was what they wanted. So some people are able to make it back home, but some people were just visiting here. So for instance, I talked with a woman who got on in West Palm for a wedding. She has nothing for her in West Palm. She's trying to get home to New York. So people are now having to figure out a way to get back home. And the thing is, a lot of the people on this train, actually almost every single person I talked with except for one, was taking Amtrak because they have a fear or other problem with flying. So a plane is just not an option for them. It's not so simple trying to get back home. Amtrak said that they would be offering buses instead for people whose trains were supposed to leave today. So not the people I talked with who got stuck on this train overnight, but if you were supposed to take that same train today, they were offering bus rides, they'd said, but I talked with two people who were supposed to be on that train today and said they asked about the bus rides and were told that's not happening for them. So this is still a mess. The fire's still burning, as you heard from Noah. And when things will be back operational, we still don't know. How people are going to get home, they're still trying to figure that out. Amtrak says it will be reimbursing people, but people are pretty upset for what they've been through in the meantime.
Yeah, it certainly sounds like a frustrating situation for them, and they never even made it that far. So you can certainly understand their frustrations. Fox 35's Marie Edinger, we appreciate you joining us. Thanks for looking into this, and we look forward to learning more on Fox 35 News at 5.
Thanks, Garrett.
Right now, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I want to give you a live look right now in Sarasota, where Congressman Byron Donalds, a Republican candidate for governor, holding an event, the latest stop in his Defending the Florida Dream tour. We're going to go ahead and listen in. This just got underway. So far, he's been talking about his support for law enforcement, thanking some people in the audience. It just began a couple of minutes ago. But we're going to listen in to see if he has any remarks or any response to what we heard from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins in that news conference earlier today, where he launched some attacks and some accusations against the candidate. So let's go ahead and listen in as this event gets underway in Sarasota.
Brooklyn, you could tell the difference when Rudy took over. Law enforcement was on the street. They were holding people accountable. Our streets got safer. Every year he was mayor, our streets got safer. And that's because Rudy had a commitment to law and order. And watching that as a young kid, my commitment for you, Sheriff Hoffman, and for all the sheriffs and for all the police chiefs in Florida is the same. We are going to be committed to law and order, because you can't build a good business like this nice, beautiful bar here. You can't have safe streets. You can't build a world-class economy if you first don't have law and order. And that's going to be the standard that will remain in Florida. Let's talk about our economy. We have a great state. We're an everything state. I tell this story all the time. We started as an agriculture state, and then we kind of became a retirement state, and then we became a tourism state. But Florida is so much more than those pieces. We are an everything state. We grow the food that you see on your table every single day. We also, you can tell by the hotels and the regattas and the ships and the boats, people love coming here to be a
All right, so having some issues there with that live stream that's coming to us on X. We're going to see if we can get the YouTube stream up, if that might be working any better for us right now. So if so, we will get you right back to it. And it does appear that it is working a little bit better right now. So let's go ahead and listen back in as Congressman Donalds, Republican candidate for governor, speaks live right now in Sarasota.
And I'm long gone from politics, and people have forgotten. I want to make sure that Florida remains the best state in America. We talked about law and order. Let me talk about other ways that this is going to happen. Property taxes. I'm looking at my colleagues in the Florida legislature. Good luck. You got a lot to do. But I believe that they're going to come back with a real solution that's going to help our state and help property owners in our state continue to afford the Florida dream. They've already done great work with Governor DeSantis when it comes to tort reform and making sure we're pushing down insurance costs in our state. We actually anticipate that in Florida, some of our carriers are going to be requesting lower rates, in part because of the reforms that were done. And last year, we didn't have a hurricane. That was a blessing. We needed a break, especially everybody here in Sarasota County. We needed a break. We believe that going forward, we're going to continue to see lower rates, but we're not going to just rest on that. We're going to do more. We are going to examine every aspect of Florida's regulatory system when it comes to insurance and find all the unique ways to push this down. And I will tell you, your next governor is uniquely positioned to do this because I spent 17 years in the financial industry. That was my career before politics. I also chaired the Insurance and Banking Subcommittee when I was in the Florida House. So I don't need a staffer to tell me what works and what doesn't work. This has been my business. This was my career. And we're going to examine all the different ways to continue to push those costs down. The other thing is housing, how we build housing. We are going to revamp permitting and planning and entitlements in our state. Government today is 30% of the cost of a new home or a new business. 30% is governmental cost. You talk to contractors, you talk to developers, they will tell you the permitting costs and the extended timelines, all it does is raise the cost on building new homes. And the cost is not going to be borne by the contractor. A contractor is a profit margin business, just like a restaurant and bar is a profit margin business. What they do is they pass the costs on, because if they don't, they're out of business. And then there's nobody building anything. We have to be more efficient from the government side. Florida's government as your next governor is going to be moving at the speed of business, not at the speed of government. That efficiency is critical for the affordability for the future of our state, and we're going to get that done. Let's talk about the environment. The governor made a great announcement that by 2029, the Central Everglades restoration plans should be completed. We are going to make sure we pick up the ball from Governor DeSantis, and we're going to make sure that the Everglades is restored and repaired once and for all. But we're not going to stop there. Once we're done with that work, we are going to be examining all the wastewater treatment facilities in our state, providing the resources to make sure we modernize them and prepare for Florida's freshwater future. We need fresh water, not just for our current residents today, but for the future people who are going to call Florida home. We're going to be committed to our environment and our ecology, because if we make sure we lay the right plans in place over the next 4 years, that's how Florida remains the very best over the next 30. And we're going to be committed to that as well. It's also about our business community. Listen, I told you earlier, we're more than just a retirement state and a tourism state and an ag state. We have in South Florida and also here in the Tampa Bay region and also in Jacksonville area, we have businesses and finance are making their home in Florida. Why? Because New York is stupid. They're dumb. You know, Fiona, I think one of my first acts as governor might be a commendation. I'll have to work with Florida realtors, and we'll have to issue a special commendation for Kathy Hochul and Zorhan Mandani, making them the co-Florida realtors of the year, because they're doing such a terrible job up there running that state and that city that people are fleeing, and people are going to continue to flee. And with that comes an ability to make sure that we're bringing businesses and industry to Florida for the young kids who are in our schools and are in our universities right now, so they can have high-paying jobs for their future here in Florida. It's also about this spaceport called Kennedy Space Center. Last year, they did 165 launches. Going into the future, it's estimated we're going to be doing 1,000 launches a year out of Kennedy Space Center. That's not just rockets going up in the sky. It's manufacturing jobs in our state. It's engineering jobs in our state. It's more legs to the economic stool that is Florida. Today, we're the 14th largest economy in the world. In the future, we'll be the 10th largest economy in the world. And when you have a thriving economy, that only helps people not just afford Florida, but thrive in Florida. But let's talk about the one thing that's on everybody's mind: growth. Everybody's thinking about it. I saw your body language, ma'am. You just shifted. You just shifted from left to right. Here's the truth. Here's the truth. If you don't have a plan for growth, then that's when it consumes you. Our state needs regional growth management plans. We have to know where the roads are going, where the sheriff's departments are going to go, our firefighter substations are going to go. We have to know where affordable housing, entry-level housing, attainable housing, normal single-family housing is going to go. Where are the new buildings for commercial and industry going? We have to have a plan for this. I love our state. I love it. But Florida doesn't really do urban sprawl. I know that's everybody's concern. What Florida does do is suburban sprawl. We go further and further out. The roads never seem to catch up. People are frustrated because they're just trying to get to go see their friend. They want to go see their homegirl. They want to go pick up their kids. I have 3 of them myself. They want to get to the practice, get to the game, also get home, put food on the table. In short, they want to live and they want it to make sense. The only way we can do that as a state going forward is we need regional growth planning. What's the next 10, 20, and 30 years of Florida going to look like on a map, not just in somebody's mind? You see, unlike other people, I prefer to tell you the truth. The truth is, because we're a well-run state and because we're the envy of the other 49 states, people are going to choose Florida. I hear the talk, build a wall. I supported and fought for a president who's building that wall. But you can't build a wall between Florida and Georgia. That's unconstitutional. I hear the talk, Florida's full. Well, guess what? If there is somebody who owns property who chooses they want to develop it and they build new rooftops, there are going to be people who are going to come and buy those homes. We live in a constitutional republic, which means Americans get to choose which states they want to live in. So I hear all the talk that come from people today, a lot of it on social media. And they say, I'm going to stop all the growth. Let me be very clear. They are lying to you. The truth is we have to have a plan for how we manage the growth that is going to come to Florida. And if we manage that growth, then we can still make sure people are getting from point A to point B efficiently while also protecting our rural lands, protecting our conservation lands, protecting our agricultural lands, and preserving the beauty that is Florida.
Congressman Byron Donalds, Republican candidate for governor, speaking live right now in Sarasota at a campaign event. We've been listening to hear if he responds at all, makes any mention of some of the words from Lieutenant Governor Jay Collins earlier today. Nothing yet, although as we talked about with John Hanley earlier in the show, really not a whole lot to gain for Byron Donalds' perspective to engage in all of that. So. Nothing yet. We'll keep monitoring it, though. We are going to take a quick break here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. We know the FAA is investigating after a Blue Origin New Glenn launch from Florida's Space Coast yesterday. Everything went well with the launch, but the FAA says has declared a mishap because the satellite that rocket was trying to put into orbit was placed in the wrong orbit and a mission fail. And so we talked earlier today with Ken Kramer, managing editor of Space Up Close, who explained what happened and what happens now.
Yeah. USA Today's Florida Sports Network has done.
That was clearly the wrong clip here. Here's the one where we heard from Ken Kramer talking about New Glenn and what happens next.
And so it went off Sunday morning, just yesterday morning, just over 24 hours from now, and it went into the sky beautifully. It was a little bit delayed to make sure that everything was correct. And it soared southeast trajectory, carrying this giant communication satellite, 2,400-foot phased array antenna, one of the biggest ComSats ever put into orbit. And so the first stage worked great, and it landed. That was one goal. This is the first time they reused a booster, Blue Origin, and they actually landed it a second time on their Jacqueline drone ship just out by the Bahamas. So that's a fantastic accomplishment. But the whole purpose of the mission is to get the payload to orbit. And if you don't do that, then you failed. And so overall, sadly, this has to be classified as a launch failure, even though we saw a beautiful first stage launch. Why exactly it failed? They haven't been exactly open. We do know that there were two or three firings of the upper stage that were supposed to happen. The first one happened. Second one may not have happened. It might have cut out early or may not have even relit at all. We don't know. But it put it into a very low orbit, only about 100 miles, where it's supposed to go up a couple hundred miles. And so now it doesn't have the thrust capacity on board to raise it to a useful orbit. So it was put into a useless orbit, and it can't raise. And so what's going to happen is it's going to be deorbited and destroyed, basically. That's the fact. So no mission. That's a loss of at least hundreds of millions of dollars for AST Mobile. Their stock took a hit this morning because they are directly competing with SpaceX and Amazon Leo to provide, cell service and broadband service. This was going to be really exceptional, direct to your cell phone, how I'm speaking to you right now. And that would have been a major innovation. So this was going to be the second satellite, and others are in production and will be launched on other launch providers. But, it's a setback. It's a serious setback for Blue Origin, because we were just talking about going to the moon, right? NASA needs this rocket to send the human lander up to orbit and eventually rendezvous with Orion and land on the surface. So this rocket has not only commercial and military applications, but directly needed by NASA. They were going to launch an early version of their robotic lander that would go to the moon later this year, the Blue Moon Mark I, which you and I have talked about. And it's an evolved version of that, the Mark 1.5 or the Mark II, that would be the human lander. So this has tremendous consequences. And now the FAA has grounded the rocket, so they are stuck right now, and they have got to put a major effort, Blue Origin, into fixing what's wrong on the upper stage. Now, SpaceX has also had upper stage malfunctions in the last 2 years, but they were able to recover quickly. So we'll have to see how quickly Blue Origin recovers, but they have no choice but to recover quickly, but they must operate perfectly. This, space is not easy. It has to be just about 100% correct. Minor little things maybe can go wrong, but other than that, they have to be reliable and robust. And there's just no way around it.
So we will see what comes next with that. Again, the FAA looking into that investigation. That was just part of our conversation with Ken. You'll be able to watch the full conversation on Fox Local and on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page, because not only did we talk about some of the next steps in that investigation, we also talked about Artemis III, because today, a part of the core stage of the SLS rocket for Artemis III was loaded onto a barge in New Orleans and is going to be shipped to Kennedy Space Center, where assembly will be completed. Again, we're talking about Artemis III, which is the mission that is supposed to take the ship up and then in low Earth orbit practice rendezvous with the two different lunar lander vehicles. So we talked with Ken about that and the status of those lunar lander vehicles as well. Well, thanks for joining us here on Florida Live. We're out of time here on Fox 35 TV, but want to let you know our live streaming news coverage continues on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook, so you'll be able to stay tuned for that. In just a couple of minutes, we are going to be talking about the Orlando Magic. Give you a live look right now in Detroit, where the Magic stole Game 1 against the Pistons yesterday, looking to have more of that magic in Game 2 later this week. So stay tuned for that on our live stream. Thanks for joining us. A live look right now, downtown Detroit, Michigan. It is a balmy 44 degrees there right now, so quite a bit of a difference, about 30 degrees cooler there than it is right now. But don't worry, the Orlando Magic won Game 1 last night against the Detroit Pistons in the first round of the playoffs, and they'll be looking to repeat some of that magic in Game 2 coming up on Wednesday. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us. Is this the Magic team that we have waited to see? If so, it's a good time for them to show up because a huge win last night, and now looking to keep that going against the 1 seed, the Detroit Pistons. I mean, the Magic are the 8 seed right now, and looking to see what they can do against the top seed in the Eastern Conference. So earlier today, Fox 35's Johnny Jackson spoke with independent reporter Sean Green about what we saw from the Magic and if this is something they can keep rolling.
The NBA world is now on notice, and a lot of people are talking about the Magic because they're one of only 2 teams, the Lakers being the other team, to come in as the lesser seed and win Game 1. And the Magic, this is definitely more shocking because, the Magic have been written off, by me included. But I think consistency matters. I think beating Charlotte the way they did gave them some confidence. And now that there's 2 games back-to-back where they played consistent Orlando Magic basketball. And I have said throughout the year, if they play Orlando Magic defense and they can play just a little bit marginally better offense, they're going to be a dangerous team. And I think they got a good matchup in the first round with Detroit, where they match up pretty well. And that's where you see a Game 1 victory.
Is this kind of the Magic team we've been waiting to see all season?
Absolutely. I mean, in this game, this was the Orlando Magic team that many people assumed we would see, the 50-plus win team that everybody assumed they would see. The issue, like we've said, has been injuries. They've been, last couple of years, they've just had to deal with a lot of big-time injuries. And consistency. They have not put a consistent stretch of basketball really together all year. Their defense obviously hasn't been elite either, and that's been a major talking point. But I think when you've looked at the last 2 games, but if we're just talking about the Detroit game, they put together a complete game. Whenever Detroit was making a little bit of a run or making a little bit of a comeback, Orlando answered. And they answered with their defense in transition. And I think if Orlando can do that in this series, again, they match up perfectly with Detroit. And I know it's a 1 versus 8. But like they said, it's the playoffs. And if you have the right matchup, you can do something special. So I think they've got the confidence, and it's going to be if they can keep it going heading into games 2, 3, 4, and 5.
And the entire starting 5 for the Magic, I mean, you got Wendell putting up 17, Paolo put up 23, Jalen Suggs put up 16. I mean, what a night for this Orlando Magic starters, just all around.
Yeah, and I think that's really the difference. If you look at, Detroit starting 5, really their entire roster, only 2 guys for Detroit were in double figures. And that is when you look at the differences, and I think if you look at the Magic, that's probably the game plan, right? The game plan is if Cade Cunningham wants to drop 40 every night, by all means, let him do that. Don't let the other guy score over 10. And I think if you do that enough nights, and you shut down a guy like Jaylen Edgar, who was an all-star this year for Detroit and really didn't do much in this past game, the Magic have a really good opportunity here. The Magic have better depth than Detroit. But again, it's all fine and dandy. It's all nice until you get hit in the mouth. And really, the Magic didn't get hit in the mouth in game one. They led from the opening tip to the final whistle. And that's the first time, I think, in a minute that an 8 seed has done that to a 1 seed. So I think consistency. If they can play like that, the Magic have a really good chance to win this series. And that's why they're the talk of the NBA world this morning is nobody expected the Magic to do what they did last night. And now the NBA world is all on the Magic bandwagon right now.
And like you said, I mean, second one to the end of the game, Magic really had the lead the entire time. I don't think they ever trailed in all 4 quarters. I mean, what does Detroit do to respond to this at this point?
So I think the response by Detroit legitimately is going to be to try to be more physical. The reason Detroit has been so successful this year, and it's a mantra the Magic have taken when they've been trying to build themselves up in the NBA world, is out-physicaling teams. And Detroit was able to do it. They were built that way. The issue is they ran into the worst possible matchup for them in the first round, which is a team they can't out-physical. The Magic are bigger than the Detroit Pistons. They are. And that's, again, we talked about consistency, right? And the Magic haven't been consistent. The Magic are bigger than Detroit. So it's not as easy to be more physical than a team because the Magic are just a physical basketball team. So if you're Detroit and you're JB Bickerstaff, you're telling the guys, we're going to have to be the more physical basketball team. If you go back to that Cleveland-Orlando series a couple years ago, JB Bickerstaff was the head coach. What was the thing about that series? It was 2 physical basketball teams, 2 teams that wanted to make defense first. And obviously Cleveland had a little bit better offense, but this is going to be the same mantra. Detroit's going to want to punch you in the mouth. The issue is the Magic punch first. So I think if you're Detroit, the game plan is punch the Magic in the mouth first for game 2.
And then I guess with all the, adjustments here from the Pistons and the Magic have to adjust back. I mean, where do you see kind of the trajectory of game plans for this series going?
Yeah, I obviously think, listen, like I would love to see the Magic ultimately win the series, and I have way more confidence now than I did in them before. I think the game plan's altering. The Magic are not really going to, and this is a detriment to them, and this is where you have to play like the way you did in game 1. I don't think there's going to be much shifting game plans here. I think the game plan is on pick and rolls, make sure you're focusing on Jaylen Edgar and not getting easy baskets at the rim. I think they're letting Cade do what Cade does, make it hard for him, but don't let him get easy buckets. That's going to kind of be the game plan for the Magic. I think if you're Detroit, the game plan is going to have to be, we need to get other guys involved. We can't have it be the Cade show for all 4 quarters. Obviously, he needs to play like he did in game 1, but other guys need to step up. And I think if you're Detroit, you can't beat the Magic if it's Cade dropping 40 and only one other guy in double figures. So I think if you're Detroit, it's going to be that balancing act for both teams, and it's going to be an interesting chess match over the next couple of big games. But it's definitely going to be a fun one, and I think game 2 is going to have a little bit of fireworks for people because I think both teams are going to be angry going into the next game.
And you've been on the show a lot recently talking about I guess relatively critical of the Magic coaching staff. How much do we have to give Jamal Mosley and the coaching staff their flowers, but also be realistic and cautiously optimistic in that it's 1 game in a 7-game series?
And that's kind of what you have to look at it. It is 1 game. You have to win 4 to move on. And I've said on this show, and I've said many other places, right, that I love Jamal Mosley. And I think Jamal Mosley is a hell of a coach. And I think wherever he goes next, if he goes somewhere next, is going to do an incredible job. I said that I thought the message got stale with players. And it was the way that they were playing, right? The way that they were playing basketball, it showed that the Magic almost tuned Jamal Mosley out. Last 2 games, you don't feel that way. The Magic are playing a completely different brand of basketball. The clips that they're releasing, it seems like players are engaged, they're focused, they're ready, they're energized, they're wanting to play for him. That changes things. Because I never said Jamal Mosley was a bad coach. I just said I thought the players and his message became stale. I think if that has changed, And that's the thing. Do I think if they win the series, Jamal Mosley will save his job? TBD. I don't know. There's been a lot of reports that say it doesn't matter. He's most likely going to get fired anyway. I do think it does change the fact, though, of how the players react to him. And that's what matters. Because ultimately, I don't think there's a coach on the market, in my opinion, that is marginally better or exponentially better than Jamal Mosley. So you get there in the offseason, you see what they can do in the playoffs, then you go from there. But they got to win the series first. And, beating a 1 seed is, not done very often.
And that series continues on Wednesday. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Garrett Weimer. Thanks for joining us on this Monday afternoon, just a few days away from the NFL draft. And we know that there are a number of players from Florida set to really begin the next step in their careers on draft day, expecting to have their names called and really make a difference on some NFL rosters in the future. And so we sat down with Tim Walters, the sports editor of Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, and he broke down some of these names that we will likely hear called when the draft happens, when it begins on Thursday, and whose names we will likely hear for many Sundays in the future.
Yeah. USA Today's Florida Sports Network has done a really cool thing here, Garrett. So before we talk about players, let's talk about those universities. I got to give giant credit to John Santucci and Nick Wilson. Hopefully people are reading their stuff at all of our sites around the state. But what they did was they looked at the last 5 drafts to determine which colleges have had the most success in getting players into the NFL draft. Now, of course, not all picks are created equally. There's first rounders, there's 7th rounders. So we had to give weight to different picks and things like that. So essentially, if you were a first round pick, you got 7 points. If you were a 7th round pick, you got 1 point. So I decided to bring the top 7. We could have gone deeper than that, but a lot of schools that people here in the state are going to care about. So, number 7 on the list, as you can see here, is UCF, which is really cool that UCF gets that many people, chosen in the draft. There's been 7 picks over the past 5 years. So UCF is good. Miami, of course, is really a great school. And this year, where they could have up to 4 picks in the first round, really, if you look at it. And they've had 11 over the past 5 years with 1 first-round pick. FSU, you see, they've had fewer picks than Miami, but they've had a lot of guys go higher in the draft. So, of course, that boosts their numbers. Even though they haven't had a first-rounder, they've had a lot of second-rounders. Illinois there in the middle. I don't know about you, but that one kind of surprised me seeing Illinois right in the middle there. But they've had 1 first-round pick from Florida and 7 total picks. And then number 3, of course, Georgia. You're always going to see Georgia in there. They recruit the state immensely. 2 first-round picks. And then Florida, the Gators, of course, because, a lot of the best high school players here in the state, they want to go to Florida, and then Florida helps them get to the NFL. And, of course, Alabama's up there on top. Not too far from Florida. They're recruiting Florida heavily every year. They get a lot of those IMG guys from over in the Bradenton, Tampa area. So, 9 first-round picks when you see that, which is just crazy. So, if you're a player in Florida who's going to Georgia, you have a pretty good chance of making it into the draft. So, just an idea of if you've got a player in your family who's highly recruited, look at one of these 7 schools, because they're going to probably do a pretty good job of trying to get you into that NFL draft and into the NFL.
Yeah, I think that's really cool to kind of see that laid out like that, and see the success, like you said, that the track record that these teams have.
Yeah, and I mean, I'm not the greatest at math, just kind of looking at this calculated real quick. What is that? 15 first-round picks from 7 schools over the past 5 years. When you think that, 136 Division I schools? That's a lot of competition. So just the fact that these schools get that many guys, and of course Alabama being a big one, Georgia and Florida, but it's still the state of Florida is still the absolute best. People can argue Texas or California if they want, but if I'm looking for players, I'm coming to Florida first.
Yeah, and I think the numbers certainly back you up. Now let's talk about some of the players here, because some huge names, including who is really expected to be the top player, the number 1 overall pick, not playing at a Florida university, but a Florida kid nonetheless.
Yeah, boy, how Fernando Mendoza slipped through the cracks, I guess you could say. A 6'5" quarterback from Columbus, right down there in Miami, which, the whole city is a football factory down there in Miami. But, 4 players from Miami high schools are expected to go in the top 15 picks. Think about that. 4 players from Florida high schools expected to go in the top 15, and as many as 7 could go in the first round. So, just so many great players. So we're going to go over the 7 players that could be going here in the first round. I'm sorry, I misspoke. Not 7 in the top 15 picks. 7 could go in the first round here. So that's who I'm going to go over today. Fernando Mendoza, which we just mentioned, coming out of Columbus, he's going to go number 1 to Las Vegas. I think that's a given. What a year he had, leading Indiana to what could be considered maybe the greatest college football season of all time, undefeated, going through the tournament, and just the year they had. An FBS leading 41 touchdowns to only 6 interceptions. So just a great year by Fernando Mendoza. Then, as I mentioned, the Miami Hurricanes, they're going to have a lot of guys go in this draft. So first you look at Francis Mauigoa. Here's an IMG guy. Again, I mentioned IMG a bit ago. He could go as high as number 3. The Arizona Cardinals are looking at him. The New York Giants are looking at him, although, they just had that big trade for Lawrence from the New York Giants over the weekend. So maybe they're not looking at edge defensive end, but you never know. But he stands 6 feet. 329 pounds. I'm sorry, he's an offensive tackle, 329 pounds. So, do they want to go O-line? Do they want to, who's going to look for protection? The Cardinals probably could use some for whoever's going to play quarterback there. So that's, Francis Mauigoa. Carnell Tate, the wide receiver at Ohio State, another IMG guy. He could go to the New York Giants as well. They're one of the highest, one of the teams that's really looking at him. The Cleveland Browns really like him at number 6. The Saints like him at number 8. So, he had 51 receptions, 875 yards, and 9 touchdowns. He's 6'2", 192 pounds. I'm sure he'll put on a little weight, a little bit more muscle as we go along. So, we'll be watching where Carnell Tate goes. Here's one of the lightning rods of the draft. I'm sure a lot of people have heard this name said over the last few weeks because of everything going on around him, and that's Reuben Baines Jr., the edge rusher out of Miami. Some people were saying, oh, his measurables, he's got short arms, things like that, and then we find out that in his second year in college, there's this mysterious car crash where there were no charges brought. All of these things come out during draft weeks. Sometimes people speculate, hey, a team that really wants him is hoping if they break that news, he'll fall in the draft to them. But you never know. So he's from Miami Central, and he went to the University of Miami. He had a great playoffs, finished as the national runner-up. The Tennessee Titans seem to be one of the top teams looking at him at number 4. They could really use a second edge rusher there. The New Orleans Saints are another one that have him on the board. And even the Kansas City Chiefs. The Dolphins, they're hoping he falls to number 11, but I'm just not sure if Reuben Baines is going to fall to, continue. He's played high school, he's played college. Why not play in the pros down there in Miami? So we'll keep an eye on that. Another edge rusher, of course, Hakeem Messador. That guy was an absolute menace. He went to Clearwater Academy International. He's not seen maybe as high up as Reuben Bain, but you never know. But the Buccaneers, I know at number 15, are a big fan looking at Messador. The Lions are in there. The Cowboys would love to get him at 20. I don't think you're going to see him down as low as 20, but you never know. We obviously look at, places that have expressed interest, some things that went on in the combine, and we figure all of this stuff out. He's a 6-year college player, so you're getting a guy with a lot of experience. He did his first 2 years at West Virginia before 4 at UM. At 6'3", 259 pounds, almost in his mid-20s. You are getting a fully formed package there. So he's going to be a really good one, whoever grabs him. We've got Toledo's safety, Emmanuel McNeil Warren. He went to Lakewood. He's going to be a little bit further down in the draft, with the Minnesota Vikings maybe getting him at number 18. The Panthers looking at him again, the Cowboys, because they're going to need some defensive help there in Dallas. He had 36 solo tackles, 41 assisted tackles. 77 tackles in a season. That's just incredible there for a safety. 2 interceptions, 1 was for a touchdown. So I think a lot of people are going to like Emmanuel McNeil Warren out of Lakewood. And then finally, we'll talk about the edge player Mason Thomas, who's on Oklahoma. He's from Cardinal Gibbons, and his most likely landing spots, they're looking at him a little bit lower in the first round. He could go to the Chiefs at 30, the Patriots at 31, or the Seahawks. Boy, the Seahawks would love to grab him down there at 32. He had 6.5 sacks this year, 18 solo tackles, 6'2", 249. Again, a big guy, strong. So those are the 7 guys you could see, all from different high schools here in the state, that could go in that first round.
Yeah, that is a lot of talent. And a lot of first-round picks that are projected as well, that just kind of go to make your point about the talent pool that we have here in the Sunshine State. I want to talk a little bit more about Fernando Mendoza, if we can here, Tim, before we let you go. Just why do you think and how do you think he kind of solidified himself as kind of the consensus top pick off the board this year?
Yeah, he's one of those guys that I don't really think he was much on the radar. Look, Indiana was good last year. People kind of knew who he was, but it was the accuracy that really shined this year. As I mentioned, he led the FBS in touchdowns with over 40 to just 6 interceptions. He makes really good decisions. He throws the ball well downfield. As we saw in that national championship game, he was dropping teardrops into hands over on the sidelines. He was just so good at that. And then, again, he had the prototypical size. You're looking at a guy who's 6'5". He's strong. He's just going to continue to get better. He seems to make good decisions. He's a very humble guy, not coming in with a big ego. So, look, you're going to put him on a Raiders team that has, maybe one of the top 2 or 3 tight ends, if not the top in the league, in Brock Bowers. He looks really good. Ashton Genty, people were saying he didn't have that great a year. Look at the numbers and look at what Genty was dealing with that awful Raiders team. And you'll see that, he was, I think, combined rushing and receiving around 1,600 yards. So you're already starting out there with some good things. Now you're going to have a young running back, a young quarterback, a young tight end. I think that, the Raiders, maybe not this year, but that's going to be a team, they're in that tough division where you've got the Chiefs and the Chargers and the Broncos. So it might not be this year, but I really do like Fernando Mendoza. I think he's got a bright future there.
Is he someone that they could make an immediate impact for this team?
Yeah, I think you're going to notice, even if they lose games, look, it's hard to come into the NFL no matter how good you are and win games. But if he can keep the turnovers down, if he can do the things that show growth over the course of a season, I'll harken back to Trevor Lawrence, who came into the league, and this was a guy who was a shoe-in, a best bet. And in his first game ever, he came in and had one of his greatest games in the first 3 years of his career. He threw for almost 400 yards with 3 touchdowns and 3 interceptions. But then if you watch the next 4 or 5 games after his debut, 180 yards, 215 yards, 1 interception, 3 interceptions. Of course, he was working with Urban Meyer. The Raiders have a new head coach, of course. So there's a lot going on with that Raiders team. I think that you're going to see them go in the right direction, even if they only win 4 or 5 games this year. I don't know if they're really going to make like I said, a mark in a league where you've got Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Bo Nix. Great things are expected out of the Broncos. But give this team a couple of years to get all that together, get the right blockers around him. Let's see if the new head coach can make things work. So I do like his future, but let's just give him a little bit of time, because people expect so much out of quarterbacks coming into this league. And, sometimes as we see with, our Super Bowl winning quarterback, Sam Darnold, took him 7-8 years to find his footing. So let's be patient with some of these young guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. Heading into a tough division with a lot of teams too that are kind of on the upswing, it seems. So it could be interesting to see what Mendoza is able to do, and that likely starts with that #1 overall pick on Thursday. Tim, last thing before I let you go, just what's it like covering NFL Draft Week in a pro football city?
Oh boy, it is crazy because, we're trying to stay on top of all the information. You're trying to know what's the difference between rumor and fact. We're lucky that we do get to talk to Liam Cohen quite a bit. We ask him a lot of questions. We've got our own big boards. They've got their own big boards that they're not sharing with us. So all we can do is kind of speculate. But when you're picking down in the mid-50s, it's also hard to... you're never going to get it exactly right because so many things could happen. And do they package some of those draft picks together? We look at all of these different scenarios, but then we have to prepare. So even on Thursday, the Jags don't have a pick, but we're ready to go if there's a trade. We're ready to go if they enter the first round. And then, of course, not that I think he's going to go in the first round, but because he's from Jacksonville, we're ready to report on Carson Beck, the Miami quarterback who's from Mandarin High School right here in Jacksonville. So we also have to prepare for our local players who went to high school here, who played elsewhere. There are several that we have from the Jacksonville area that could get drafted this year. So we're not only looking at the Jaguars, we're looking at guys who, grew up here, went to school here, went out into the world, and now hopefully they're going to be coming into the NFL.
Tim Walters, sports editor of Florida Times-Union and Florida Today, joining me earlier today with giving us some names that if you don't know them already, you soon will, because they're going to certainly make a name for themselves in the biggest sports league there is, essentially the biggest platform that they could possibly have. And I can't wait to hear their names called and watch them on the field on Sundays. Well, we are just about out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. We've been live streaming for the last 4.5 hours here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And we appreciate you joining us. We'll be back here tomorrow with more live streaming news coverage that you can always follow along on Fox Local. Our live streaming starts with, we live stream around the clock, not just our newscast, but we have live streaming news content, obviously, outside of that, and then even overnights as well. So Fox Local, certainly the place to be for all of that. Now, coming up next, right here on Fox Local, you're going to be able to watch Fox 35 Weather Plus. Going to hear from Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Noah Berggren, who is going to be tracking the latest. We talked with him earlier about the wildfire risk out there, especially tomorrow. So he's going to tell us a little bit more about what we can watch for, and what the Storm Team will be watching as well as we head into tomorrow. So thanks for joining us today